never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News. I'm Jerry Barmash. A sonic boom was heard over the U.S. Capitol in Washington on Sunday as officials scrambled fighter jets when a small aircraft violated U.S. airspace. Bowie, Maryland authorities say the sonic boom was from a plane out of Joint Base Andrews. Republican Congressman Garrett Graves of Louisiana praises House Speaker Kevin McCarthy's role in securing the debt ceiling.
It is not a mainstream position. I'll tell you right now, Speaker McCarthy's position is absolutely safe.
While Graves told CBS's Face the Nation he agreed with President Biden that the debt ceiling negotiations were done in good faith, he noted there was a lot of candor and some tense moments. In what's being called a targeted attack, a man who was getting a haircut at a mall in San Antonio was shot to death by two men who entered the barber shop and shot him in the head. Shoppers at the North Star Mall scrambled for safety after the shooting, but police say the gunman fled the scene and no one else was hurt. Colorado takes more action on gun control.
Governor Jared Polis has signed a bill that bans the manufacture and sale of unregistered, privately made guns.
This signing is really a celebration of our ability to come together around common sense legislation.
The law also establishes a process for anyone currently with ghost guns to get them registered by 2024, and they'll have to complete a background check. This was the fifth gun control bill passed by the Colorado General Assembly during the legislative session. I'm Jeremy Scott.
Southwest Airlines has reached an agreement in principle with its flight attendants union. Word of the deal comes nearly a year after the flight attendants union filed for federal mediation last July. The union represents close to 19,000 flight attendants. Flying of a different kind, SpaceX launched a new fleet of Starlink satellites into orbit early Sunday. A Falcon 9 rocket carrying nearly 24 V2 mini satellites lifted off from the Florida coast. This is USA News.
I'd like to introduce you to our new sponsor, Get the Tea. Get the Tea carries all-natural, non-GMO organic teas and supplements made in the USA. Get the Tea's ingredients are the purest available. My favorite is Life Change Tea. Life Change Tea is a gentle daily cleanse containing 12 herbs that, when combined, really keep things moving. I drink it every day, and my energy has never been better. I'm feeling great. Life Change Tea comes in 3 delicious flavors: natural, peppermint, and pomegranate. It's an easy and delicious way to keep your digestion on track. And for those on the go, try D365. D365 is Life Change Tea in a capsule. Drink the tea or take D365 capsules and keep your digestion running smoothly. Go to getthetea.com and enter discount code USA to get 10% off any size order. That's getthetea.com, discount code USA for 10% off your order.
A veteran political host is stepping down.
A big change coming to the Sunday morning talk show circuit. NBC's Chuck Todd says he'll be leaving the host chair after 9 years. NBC's Kristen Welker will replace him. Chuck Todd says he's leaving to focus on his family and long-term projects. Todd saying during his Sunday broadcast, "I am really proud of what this team and I have built over the last decade." I'm Laura Winters.
NORAD has issued a statement after that unresponsive Cessna violated U.S. airspace in Washington on Sunday. NORAD aircrafts were authorized to use supersonic speeds, which was the reason for the sonic boom that was heard by residents in the region. The statement also says that flares were used in an attempt to gain attention of the Cessna pilot, who was deemed unresponsive. The Directors Guild of America says it reached a tentative agreement with the Alliance of Motion Picture and Television Producers on a 3-year contract. The deal comes following a month of negotiations. The agreement reportedly includes a 12.5% salary hike over 3 years and an increase in residuals for streaming content. The projections keep getting better for Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse, with more than $120 million in its debut weekend across U.S. and Canada theaters. Only the Super Mario Bros. Movie had a better opening weekend in 2023. The Little Mermaid came in second place, notching another $41 million. I'm Jerry Barmash, USA News.
If you're a diabetic, we have great news. You can end the painful finger sticks with a new CGM. Plus, they may be covered by Medicare, Medicaid, or private insurance. If you test and inject daily, you may qualify. Call US Med now to learn more.
800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. That's 800-471-7065.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we've really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Is it actually that time already? Yeah, according to the calendar, yep. We'll close out the weekend, work our way into the 5th day of June, June 5, 2023. All right, first full week of the month of June. Oh, the moon shining bright. Is it technically a full moon tonight? If I'd had to wager a guess, I'd say yes, it is. I don't know, is that good news, bad news? The freaks come out on the full moon. But it is a Monday. Now, who knows? Well, welcome in, welcome aboard. As we get the new week started here, kicking off the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios. Yeah, it was a big weekend there in Indianapolis for Team Hot Shot. Numerous Hot Shot Secret sponsored racers showing up for what they call the Ultimate Call-Out Challenge. 3 big days and 3 different events: drag racing, dyno competition, sled pull competition. And I see Kyle posted here a few hours ago. Congratulations to Tony, Tyler, and the entire Dirty Hooker Diesel DHD team. They were victorious, winning the Ultimate Call-Out Challenge 2023. All right. What's the heading there? Congratulations to our friends Dirty Hooker Diesel for an amazing Day 3 sled pull. Ultimately clinching the Ultimate Call-Out Challenge for 2023. So that's a big one. It was. And I guess you had beautiful weather all weekend there in Indianapolis. Hopefully had a good turnout, good showing. Fans in the stands. Meanwhile, NASCAR. I was somewhat confused. I come in this evening. I was just under the assumptions because I tuned into some of the Xfinity race on Saturday, so the qualifying. It was the road course there in Portland. I naturally assumed the Cup Series was going to be in the same location, but no, the Cup Series is actually in St. Louis this past day. And Kyle Busch. How about that Carolina Monkey Goucher Chevrolet in Victory Lane? Kyle Busch collecting his 63rd NASCAR Cup Series victory at Worldwide Technology Raceway. Driver of the number 8 Richard Childress Racing Chevrolet had to work hard for that first place money. Kyle was actually the pole winner, but ultimately survived 5 restarts in the last 40 laps of the Enjoy Illinois 300, beating Denny Hamlin to the finish line by right about a half a second. Bubba Wallace had a broken brake rotor, apparently, that brought out the 11th caution on lap 236 and sent that race into overtime. But this victory for Busch, his first at the 1 1/4 mile track, third in his debut season with Richard Childress Racing. And it was kind of a home game for the crew chief there, Randall Burnett, who actually grew up in Fenton, Missouri, had family in attendance there at the race this past day. Kyle, obviously pretty excited, pretty awesome to sit on the pole, lead a lot of laps, and have my guys do such a great job was pretty phenomenal for us. Great for Richard Childress Racing. Thanks to Team Chevrolet. I appreciate the sponsorship, he says. All right. He actually led 5 different times. A lot of lead changes. Led 5 times, total of 121 laps, including the last 60 laps. Neither Denny Hamlin or third-place finisher Joey Logano, who was the winner of the inaugural Gateway race last year, neither of them actually led a single lap. So, tip of the hat, Team Chevrolet, congratulations to Kyle Busch. All right, dry conditions. Man, we could really use some rain. My yard is already, and it's only June, starting to get crispy like you'd normally see in July or August. Abnormally dry conditions during the month of May for much of the Northeast. Has portions of the Northeast on the brink, and this is something I had never heard of. We're all familiar with flash flooding. You ever heard of a flash drought? Just as the name suggests, flash droughts are bouts of short-term drought conditions fueled by lower than average rainfall, abnormally high temperatures, strong winds, and increased sunlight. These elements have all been brewing across the Northeast, with the driest areas in eastern Pennsylvania, according to AccuWeather, at the greatest risk of flash drought. Now, these are areas that can get quite hot during the summer months. Allentown and Reading, PA, along with Burlington, New York, or Binghamton, New York. Just a few cities experiencing abnormally dry conditions through the month of May. All of them picking up less than an inch of rain in the entire month of May. Now, the heat's going to breed the drought, and drought will breed heat. They work together. Cities in the Midwest seeing some similar dry conditions. A lack of rain across Illinois, Iowa, Indiana, placing that region at risk for a quick-hitting drought. In Chicago, less than an inch of rain fell over the past month. They're talking the second driest May on record there in Chicago. The upper 5, 6, 7 inches of soil is rapidly drying out. And that's one of the first clues to the potential for a flash drought. A little to the north in lower Michigan, Cadillac, Manistee, all reporting 15 to 25% of the normal precipitation in the month of May, so really dry. Here in the days ahead, looks like the weather in the Midwest is going to remain warm and dry. There will be a cold front washing over the Northeast. We saw some of that cooler air coming in over the weekend, so we've seen the cool down there in New England. Not really a whole lot of precipitation in that region as well. I see currently they're up in Maine. You've got some general shower activity, nothing as far as heavy rain, and most of that over southern portions of Maine. That's about it in the east, really. The entire eastern third of the country, pretty much high and dry. Do have a few showers there in southern Florida in association with a little disturbance that had been dropping southward over the weekend. Again, all the activity is sporadic in nature, but areas in Dallas, several clusters of showers there. Northeastern New Mexico, you might find a few spotty showers over in central and eastern portions of Colorado tonight. Looking on up to the north, one little cluster of showers there in south central and southwestern portions of Idaho. But for the most part, it's a good way to get the new week started, rolling that freight around the country. All right, copy the mail out of the box. 5-7 checking in. There's Philly Dan. Good morning, crew. Timothy's on board, as is Kevin. Morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Truckin' Troy checking in. Morning, Steve-O. Working late in the shop on these old trucks tonight. Looking at 59 degrees here at the home of the cool old trucks in Homer, Michigan. Everybody have a great day. There's Marianne on board. Hello, Steve and the overnight family. Oh, to the land down under. Hello, Peter, Melbourne. Good day. How's it going? Yeah, cracking day here in Melbourne. Finally finished training a new driver there. Larry on board here on a Monday morning. Good afternoon. Hammer down. 59 degrees at the New York, New Jersey state line at this hour. Hello to Todd Wheeler. Mike, good morning. Steve, the overnight family. Stay safe. Have a great week. That's Mike in Beaver Creek. Pappy, 69. I say again, 69 degrees in the far side of southwest Hamilton County, Ohio. Good evening, all you nocturnal listeners to the Overnight Drive Radio with Mr. Steve Summers. Booming out to us from the secret bunker. Well, shout out to the two-time world champion manure hauler of the great state of South Carolina, the legendary Monkey Gouger. Stay safe, hammer down. Let's get this week started. Are you with me? Double R. Hey there, Double R, checking in here. Rock Pick on board. Hello, Steve. Truckers, third shift workers, and wise old night owls. 51. Fair night here in Rochester, New York. Happy Monday, all you hardworking Americans. The weekend will return in 120 hours. Everybody stay safe and enjoy. All right. Underway on Monday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All righty, how about Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler? Good morning, Steve. 66 degrees in the Derby tonight. That big full moon has my powerful chrome-plated cow truck glowing like the epic rig it really is. We are southbound at an unreportable speed. Special shout-out to the trucking icon, Hall of Famer, Carolina Monkey Gouger. From Ironworks Parkway, home of the Bluegrass Stockyards. Yeah, everybody chiming in about the moon. Yeah, the moon is really kicking. You know what tonight? Doug says bright orange moon. Yeah, you get that orange hue with the pollutants in the air. A lot of that's the wildfire smoke coming in out of Canada. Of course, in the Northeast, they had that big fire in New Jersey, which put a lot of smoke in the air. All right, who else on board? Buckeye Boy will be checking in here. Miss Millie, good morning, Steve, all the listeners. Last night, an absolutely gorgeous strawberry moon. And beautiful again tonight. Yeah, my yard could really use some of that rain. We really need it. Folks, don't forget to water around the foundation of your home. Everybody stay safe and be blessed. Yeah, when you get the dry conditions around the foundation, your foundation starts to sink. And you'll end up with those big cracks in the foundation. All right, see what's going on with the two-time world champion manure hauler.
Laughing all the way to the bank, buddy. Laughing all the way to the bank.
What do you say, Monkey Gouger?
Hey, see what's going on, buddy?
So I guess we're back on the road after another week at the Marina Del Rey, huh?
Oh, man, it was an action-packed week at the Marina Del Rey. I'm telling you, it was action-packed now. But before I get started talking about all this action, what about that Kyle Busch? Total Chevrolet dominance. I mean, he just run away, stuck up the whole show up there. That's number 3 for the RCR team there. You know, he done won this year, and the like Kyle is back. But it was a good race. It got red flagged 2 or 3 times, and then it had a 2-hour delay for lightning in the area. It never rained at the speedway, but they had lightning within 3 miles of the race venue, and they had to red flag it. And then they had a couple wrecks there that they had to red flag it, and old Bobo Wallbanger tried to tear the wall down for about 18, 19 laps to go, and they had to put it under another red flag to clear up that mess. And then they got back to racing, and they had a couple little fender benders there and had to restart and went into overtime, and old Kyle just drove off into the sunset on them.
Well, yeah, we always say if you can put him in a good vehicle, if you get the right team, and I guess that last season or two with his previous team, he just didn't have the right vehicle.
Well, he was driving one of them Joppa crappers. He's over there on a premium race car now, a Chevrolet, baby. They probably got him some good racing equipment. The boy went back to winning.
Yep.
And I think what NASCAR done to Chase Elliott was BS. Him and old Denny Hamlin got into it down there in Charlotte last week, and old Denny went to crowd. He hooked me. Well, get that Joppa crap out the way of a race car that's running about 10 miles an hour faster than you, and you won't get run over. They give him a 1-race suspension.
Yeah, some of you don't think that was intentional? He wrecked him.
Man, that junk wouldn't get out the way. He had to go somewhere. He done run him 2 or 3 laps back there trying to get him out the way, and he wouldn't move. And I reckon that old Chevrolet just shot up in that fender, that Joppa crap. It happens. I mean, it's racing, man.
Okay.
That's my view on it. Denny who? But, Steve, other than that, things been pretty good. I know one thing. This fish was jumping in the boat committing suicide this week, buddy.
Oh, boy.
We total dominance. I mean, total dominance. I called a buddy of mine, owed me a favor. I put him on some fish, and I called. I said, "Hey, man, I just got in." And I said, "I ain't been able to keep up with things." I said, "Put me on the hot spot." So he told me exactly what stump they were bedded by and everything. So that afternoon, I told Debbie, I said, you ain't been fishing in about a year. I said, won't you come on that ride down there and check out this supposedly hot spot? And she says, all right. So I went out in the backyard, dug up some worms and stuff real fast, and had the boat ready to go. And me and her jump in it, go down there right where he told us. I let the boat anchor down. Before I could even get my pole in the water, she done caught 10 fish. I mean, but them shell crackers were jumping in the boat. I mean, it was pitiful. So, Hall and Sue, the world famous Biscuit, called me when we got back from fishing, and she says, Pig, can I come spend the night? I said, yeah, but I'm going fishing in the morning. But I'm going with you. I said, okay. So I told Debbie, I said, you got to go with me to kind of help me with her. I said, don't know how she going to act in that boat. Okay. Go back down there the next morning, you know. And Steve, I don't even believe I got a pole in the water. I was taking fish off, baiting lines. I might have caught 3 fish out the 90 that we caught. And the look on that little 6-year-old face, it was worth it. I mean, buddy, she was catching them big old shell crackers, and she was just having her a ball. And so we got back to the hill, and JJ called me and said, "Hey," said, "I'm down here on a call." Said, "Where y'all at?" I said, "We coming out the swamp right now." And he said, "Well, I'm gonna come by to see what y'all got." So he rode over there and got out. He opened the cooler up. He said, "Oh Lord!" He said, "Boy, y'all did smoke them."
So, who gets to clean all these fish is the question there. Hey, we got to pause. News break on a Monday morning.
USA News Update. NORAD aircrafts were authorized to use supersonic speeds near Washington, D.C. on Sunday as a small plane became unresponsive. The civilian plane with 4 people on board headed for Long Island, but crashed near the George Washington Forest in Virginia. Instagram is reinstating the personal account of Robert F. Kennedy Jr., the 2024 Democratic presidential candidate. An anti-vaccine activist's account was removed in 2021 for repeatedly posting misinformation about COVID. Senator Joe Manchin isn't ruling out launching a third-party presidential run. The 2-term senator also hasn't said if he's running for re-election. West Virginia Republican Governor Jim Justice announced he's running for Senate in 2024. Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse is tops in its opening weekend, making $120 million. Jerry Barmash, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, we'll bring it up to speed here on a Monday. Hello to Debbie. Morning, Steve. A breezy 68 right now. Going down to 54 tonight. And later today, maybe about 82 in Indiana. Saturday was a hot one for our motorcycle ride to benefit Riley Children's Hospital. Hope everybody stays safe out there, especially my special driver, the Woodpecker. Have a magnificent Monday. Yeah, Saturday was a scorcher. We made that pool day at the Summers Ranch. How about you? You've been taking advantage of your cement pond down there in South Carolina?
Well, Steve, talking about that cement pond, I'll tell you about that pond in just a minute. Anyway, we were sitting there and old Biscuit was giving her daddy a play-by-play detail of all the fish that her and Meemaw caught. And said, "You know something?" Daddy said, "Pig sucks at fishing." I don't believe he caught all her fish the whole day. He looked at me and I said, "Bo, you got a 6-year-old and a Meemaw in the boat, and between taking fish, y'all baiting lines." I said, "No, I didn't catch a fish. They caught them all." And he looked at me. He said, "Make you mad, did you?" I said, "Yeah, I did." So anyway, but it was a fun week, Steve. I mean, it was really great. But talking about the cement part, we finally got that thing up and going last time I was home, and we had a mess. Busted pipe, everything from that hard freeze we had in December. And when they come to close the pool, I thought they had cut the valves off on the pool. Well, they didn't. We have water running there. We got that fixed, right? And so David said, "You dive in there and run the vacuum cleaner and all this." So I jumped in that swimming pool and I come right the hell back out. Man, Steve, it ain't been cold enough. Warm enough at the house. I think the highest day we've had so far since we opened that thing was 89, and it's getting down to 62, 63 at night.
Yeah.
And that water, it'll turn you purple, buddy. It's up and going. Now, Biscuit jumped in it the other day, and she swum around in the bottom lip trying to probably get out of that pool. She said, "I'm enjoying it." I said, "Get out." I said, you done turned purple. So, yeah, we got it up and going and running. We sit out there and drink beer and watch the whirlpool go round and round. But as far as getting in it, I ain't that brave yet. But, Steve, if I get out of here, there's one other thing I want to bring up. This H.R. 3039. This is the bill that will kill the speed limiter. I'm asking everybody, please call your congressman and talk to them and tell them that this is nonsense, that it's going to create more of a headache than it's worth. So that's bill H.R. 3039. Give you people in D.C. A little ding-a-ling and let them know how you feel about this thing, and let them know that they get on board with all the. I think there's like 25 congressmen that got on board so far. And we need all the help we can get.
That's the one known as the Drive Act.
Yeah, they just put everybody at a certain speed, all the trucks at a certain speed. Can you imagine the carnage this is going to cause if it goes through?
Right.
It's going to be a mess. So anyway, we're going to back on out of here and let somebody else get in here. And maybe we get on over here a little bit. They died out. I'll holler back at you.
Well, I have one final question for you. What do we have to do to convince the Monkey Gouger to join us on our overnight drive cruise next year?
Hey, look here. I'm all for going on that cruise. I mean, I'd love to go. I would enjoy going. The problem is, I ain't the problem. You got to talk my wife into it.
Oh, yeah?
I mean, yeah, she's a little scared. She goes to the beach. All she does is walk about ankle deep, stay out there about 2 minutes, and that's enough for her. She don't know that she could last on that water and not see no land. So like I say, it ain't me. I'd love to go. We'd have a blast. The problem is convincing her to go.
Yeah, well, Big Ed's already said he's going to go. I know Chris Gabrelchik's planning on going, and I mean the gang getting together.
Yeah, it'd be a great time. It really would. But like I say, that's the only problem I got convincing her. She said being in late marriage is enough water for her. I had to put 2 life jackets on her. I mean, she's scared to death of the water. She'll get in the pool and all that. I said, well, look, if something happened out there, I said, they got lifeboats. They got life jackets. You ain't going nowhere. But they got things in that water to eat you. They got sharks. I said, you don't think these alligators wouldn't get a hold of your ass? I said, sharks is the last of my worries.
Right.
So that's getting her convinced of it. I talked to her about it when y'all started running that thing. I said, this is something you need to look at. She said, that's okay. She said, I'll think about it. So anyway, that's the deal right there, getting her convinced to go.
All right. Well, we got plenty of time to work on her.
Got plenty of time to work on her. Yeah, we're leaving. When I get back in next weekend, we're getting on that big old Silverberg. We're going to Reno for the rodeo for the week.
All right. Yeah, that's an annual thing for you, the big rodeo.
The big rodeo, man. We try to go to a different venue every year where they have it. Last year we went to New Mexico and Dodge City, Kansas, and Dallas. Now we're going to go out to Reno and watch that rodeo. That's the the official kickoff of the rodeo season for the 100 days of 100 rodeos. So that's where we headed, man. But hey, we'll talk to you later on tonight. Be careful.
Have a good morning. Safe travels out there. The Carolina Monkey Gouger. Well, let's see what's happened with 5-7 here on a Back to Work Monday.
Oh, you just missed it. Find out what Monkey Gouger thinks of Tim Scott. I'm out here in the southwestern part of the state. He's up there where he hobnobs with him, talks to him and such. So I'd be interested in his opinion. Culling is what I'm calling about.
Culling?
That's a word I did. Culling. Culling. Mm-hmm. It was on Chiron on Newsmax. And I'm thinking, what in the world is that? Well, I knew what it was, but I had to look the word up. It's basically exterminating wild animals or farm animals. They're killing. Ireland's considering killing 200,000 dairy cows.
In the name of climate change.
There you go, buddy. You add that to the Netherlands that are destroying or stealing farmland from the farmers. Are they wanting drought? I just scratch my head. I mean, that's a lot of food source disappearing over. There it's nothing set, but it just absolutely. See here, scratch my head. That's all I basically that's all I've had. I mean, did you ever hear that word before?
Culling, yeah, we've heard. When you have that swine flu thing, the bird flu or whatever. Yeah, they cull, CULL, millions of birds, and turkeys.
Yeah, yeah. I thought, well, maybe it's a bad, pissed off cow disease like you had in the past. But nope, it's just taking them out. Hey, where's the animals' rights people? That's a lot. 200,000 animals slaughtered. No, not a word being said so far, I guess.
But to actually believe that killing the cows is actually going to have an impact on the global temperature. Come on.
Hey, listen. We got these people, and you send your kid to college, they know which restroom to use. When they come out, they're not absolutely sure. So I don't know. Just thought I'd pass that on to you. I don't have much more of anything because you know what I did this weekend? Stayed away from the news. It was just, spend time with the wife and enjoy what I have. But had to touch over on Newsmax and that come on and it just sort of wanted me to pull my hair out. So it's B57. We'll be sitting down here in South Carolina heading to South Georgia, copying the mail and running your back door.
Thank you very much. All right, good to have you on board here on a Monday. Sometimes it's just good to get away from the news for a few days, right? Yeah, I actually had that report in hand. Ireland government officials considering a plan to kill 200,000 cows to combat climate change. The president of the Irish Creamery Milk Suppliers Association says if there's to be a scheme, this needs to be a voluntary scheme. That is absolutely critical because there's no point in culling numbers from an individual who has borrowed on the back of a huge financial commitment, on the back of achieving a certain target that's actually taken from under him. We should be investing in an infrastructure that can deliver from a scientific perspective. And we know low emissions are better, and we should be continuing to invest in further science and research because that's critical moving forward. But they claim that Ireland's current dairy herd is the same level it was 30 years ago. Dairy cows rose 1.4% to 1.6 million in 2022. But over the past 10 years, they've increased by about 40% after the report of the government talking about slaughtering tens of thousands of cows. The Agriculture Department did issue a statement referred to with part of a deliberative process. This is one of a number of modeling documents being considered by the Department of Agriculture, Food, and Marine. It's not a final decision policy, but Ireland's Environmental Protection Agency claims that Agriculture is responsible for 38% of greenhouse gas emissions in that country, far outpacing transportation at nearly 18%. Okay, but yeah, kill the cows to fight climate change. Oh, Captain Ron will be checking in on his favorite day of the week right after this.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yes, indeedy, on a Back to Work Monday. Hello, Captain Ron.
Everybody's favorite day of the week. We think about it all weekend long. I mean, we get off of work on Friday thinking how long it is till we got to be back to work Monday, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So it must be the favorite day of the week. You know, I've been a Kyle Busch fan ever since he took over for Ricky Hendrick when he got killed in that car. But Hendrick didn't give him what he needed because they were focused on Jimmy Johnson and that other loser, Junior. And I saw that he was going to be a good driver. And then I think at Toyota, because they lost the M&M sponsor, they didn't have the money for Kyle Busch. And I think the focus of that team's going to the grandson, Ty Gibbs.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's a big part of it, too. It's not like he hasn't been out there winning. He's won a lot of races, even in the Toyota. So he's not a new discovery. But did you hear where they're shutting down Churchill Downs for a while? There was 12 horses in all died of injuries.
That was during Derby week. Yeah, I do recall that. Yeah.
Yeah, there was 12 of them, and I guess they're maybe looking at the surface or how they're doing things or something. I didn't get a full report of it, but they're suspended until the middle of July or something. They're all racing activities there.
Well, let's see. What else did I have? I think that was about all I could think of. Oh, Tampa had a big rainstorm this past evening. They had a hailstorm, but we only got a little shower over in Clearwater. You know, I'm only 20 miles from Tampa, but we need rain pretty bad in my neck of the woods. I guess that's all I got for now, so thanks for taking my call. If I think of anything else, I'll jump back in here.
Thank you very much. Okay, and I guess that word came down over the weekend or Friday afternoon. Okay, so yeah, I had not heard about that. I do recall reporting on the number of horses having to be put down during Derby week and even on Derby day. Racing fans leaving Churchill Downs Friday afternoon were surprised to hear the track is going dark. One visiting says, "You're kidding me. I mean, we just got here. We're lucky we made it." So I guess they were planning on enjoying a weekend of racing there. This was a couple that was from Wisconsin that had just enjoyed a day of racing when they heard of the closure. All right, Friday afternoon in front of the Kentucky Derby Museum, Nick Bowen of Louisville brought a group of friends visiting from Pennsylvania to see the historic home of the Derby as they took pictures. Bowen talked about why this was their first stop on a tour of the city. He said it's just something you have to see. It's a spectacle of Louisville itself. However, since April 27th, the focus has been on horse deaths. 12 thoroughbreds have been injured and put down in a little more than a month's time. That's why Churchill made the decision to cancel some races and move the spring meet to another track in Henderson, Kentucky. All right. So in the meantime, doesn't really say what they're looking to. Obviously, they're looking at the track surface and things of that nature. Going back to Derby week, they had tried to reiterate they did not detect anything wrong with the track surface, but kind of reminiscent of what was that big racetrack, horse track out there in California that had a similar rash of horses having to be put down. All right, about 5 before the hour. Thanks for the heads up there, Cap and Ron, on a Monday. All right, of course, I guess it was some scary moments in our nation's capital this past day. The first reports that had come out, people heard something that they thought was an explosion. Shook, the ground kind of shaking, homes, shaking. They initially said it was a sonic boom, which indeed it was. Then they later clarified this past afternoon. Apparently, we scrambled F-16 fighter jets, and they were given the green light to go supersonic. Looking to chase down a light aircraft with an unresponsive pilot that had violated the airspace in Washington, D.C., and later ultimately crashed into the mountains of Virginia. There were 2 jet fighters that prompted the sonic boom over the Capitol as they were in pursuit of this errant Cessna Citation aircraft. Obviously the consternation among the people in the D.C. area. Now, according to the update, 4 people were on board the Cessna. Cessna Citation can carry 7 to 12 passengers. The Cessna was registered to Encore Motors of Melbourne, Florida, according to the flight tracking website FlightAware. The Encore owner, John Rumpel, tells the Washington Post his daughter, a grandchild, and her nanny were on board. We know nothing about the crash. We're talking to the FAA right now, he said. The military attempted to establish contact with the pilot, who was unresponsive, apparently, until the Cessna subsequently crashed near the George Washington National Forest in Virginia, according to the statement from NORAD. The Cessna appeared to be flying on autopilot, according to another source familiar with the matter. But yeah, they did authorize the F-16s to travel at supersonic speeds, and that sonic boom was heard throughout the region. All right, we'll get a news break here on a Monday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News. I'm Jerry Barmash. The FAA says a small plane was headed to New York after taking off on Sunday from a northeastern Tennessee airport, but crashed into a Virginia forest with 4 people on board. When the Cessna's pilot was unresponsive, NORAD scrambled F-16 jets, causing a sonic boom in the area. Flares were also used to try to get the pilot's attention. The governor of Iowa is calling former President Trump's absence from a weekend political event a, quote, missed opportunity. Appearing on Fox News Sunday, Republican Kim Reynolds was referring to Iowa Senator Joni Ernst's roast and ride. Reynolds said Republican voters are very engaged in the 2024 presidential race, and more than 1,000 people attended the event. Trump, though, said he doesn't need to attend multi-candidate events because of his commanding lead in the polls. The federal grand jury in the investigation of Trump's handling of classified documents is expected to meet this week. It is unknown if an indictment is being prepared. Nikki Haley has been in Iowa this weekend trying to gain a foothold with voters. The former South Carolina governor was asked about the abortion issue during a CNN town hall on Sunday night. She said she is an unapologetic pro-lifer.
I don't judge anyone for being pro-choice any more than I want them to judge me for being pro-life.
Haley said her decision has nothing to do with the Republican Party. Instagram is reinstating the personal account of Robert F. Kennedy Jr., the 2024 Democratic presidential candidate and anti-vaccine activist's account was removed in 2021 for repeatedly posting misinformation about COVID, with Instagram saying his account shared, quote, debunked claims about the coronavirus or vaccines. According to Meta, Kennedy's personal account will be restored, but his organizations won't. Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse easily won the weekend, notching more than $120 million. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Apple is expected to announce what analysts say could be its biggest product since the Apple Watch.
Apple's mixed reality headset will offer both virtual reality and augmented reality. It overlays virtual images onto live video of the real world. Now, the rollout is expected to highlight the annual Apple Developers Conference in suburban San Francisco. It comes as Meta has announced a new version of its popular VR headset. The Quest 3 will cost about $500. Apple's new headset will run about $3,000. I'm Laura Winters.
The NBA Finals are knotted at a game apiece. The Miami Heat put together a strong fourth quarter on the way to a 111-108 victory Sunday night at the Denver Nuggets. Bam Adebayo and Jimmy Butler each had 21 points in the come-from-behind victory. Chuck Todd is stepping down this fall as moderator of NBC's Meet the Press.
It's been an amazing, nearly decade-long run. I'm really proud of what this team and I have built over the last decade and, frankly, the last 15-plus years that I've been here at NBC.
Todd, who's been the moderator since 2014, will become NBC's chief political analyst. He said he wants to spend more time with family as well as work on more long-form projects. NBC's chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker will take over as moderator in September. I'm Jacqueline Carl.
The Directors Guild of America reached an agreement with studios on Sunday, but the Writers Guild remains at an impasse, on strike for more than a month. I'm Jerry Barmash, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Thank you much. Welcome back on a Monday. Yeah, we were so looking forward to that. Under our industry headlines, I'm thinking an overwhelming majority of drivers out there today have invested in a dash cam. Always have a witness. And in our first story this morning, a truck driver's dash cam turned out to be his witness to protect him during an encounter with a van driver who he says crashed while eating and driving. The video shared by a YouTuber who says, I'm driving an 18-wheeler with a day cab, 53-foot trailer, and this is why you see me move to the right, so that my trailer will clear the curb when I turn left. I do this at this particular stop sign 6 days a week. If you notice in the video, there's a silver SUV that approaches the stop sign opposite of the van and proceeds. Then a white car comes behind and proceeds without stopping. The woman in the van, though, slows mid-turn to avoid the white car. Meanwhile, I was doing a quick stop and go, swinging wide into the intersection, noticing what was taking place. I slowed up to give her time to move on. Suddenly, she floors her vehicle out of frustration. Or maybe she sees me behind her, I'm not sure. But she runs over into the bushes. She hit a little pothole while holding her Big Mac in one hand and fries in the other while trying to steer with her knee. The van took a hard right into the bushes. Then she gets out of her vehicle, pointing at me like it's my fault. Now, you can tell when I pulled up and got out, I was like, oh, hell no, you're not blaming me, lady. I pointed to my dash camera, and I told her it's all on video. That's when she went totally ballistic and told me to get the you-know-what out of here. So I did. She was only mad because she dropped her damn Big Mac on the floor and spilled her fries all over the console. And so this is what a Big Mac attack looks like. Some people say, well, why did you even stop? Look at the van's backup lights. She immediately put the van in reverse, so continuing to drive past this crazy woman while she was attempting to back up would have been a terrible choice. And remember, I do not know at this point that the van is, if she's stuck, or if she's actually going to try to blame me for her accident. But if she did try to blame him, all you'd need is that video presented to the judge, and they'd be like, lady, he had nothing to do with you running into the bushes there. Always have a witness. Well, good morning, Scarecrow.
Well, I think I'd have been royally peed off, too, if I had just spent a small fortune on my McDonald's meal and it was now laying on the floor. Let's give the girl a break here, you know. Yeah, I was assuming it was probably a strawberry moon. I didn't know if the full moon was tonight or last night, but you know, the strawberry harvest up our way kind of takes off about on the first week of June or so. I haven't heard if they're ripe yet, but yeah, it'd probably be better stated as the sunrise moon, Steve. Initially here, when I left La Crosse, is looking pretty much horizontal, looking for the moon rising, and when it finally did vaguely appear through all the smoke and dust and whatever's in the airway, it looked more like the sun trying to burn through our early morning fog.
Yep.
Just barely visible. And but it's funny, by the time I hit Madison and to this point, the air is just so crystal clear. I can see the fine detail of the moon's surface and whatnot. Now it's just kind of interesting. I know the evening news, the national news last night mentioned Wisconsin was going to get hit hard with that smoke, and the air quality was going to be lousy till morning here now. But no, it was it resembled in a full eclipse. How you can still see the reddish of the moon, and then it'll be a little bit brighter on one side, maybe slightly darker on another zone, and that's what it kind of resembled, only far brighter orange or whatnot. Captain Ron there, he had me flashing back to Friday there. I'm thinking I'm far too predictable here, and I'm going to have to maybe change things up a little bit. If you remember, right toward the end, he was your last caller, and he called out and said, well, I'll cut you some time, and maybe you can bring Scarecrow on. Well, I guess I do have a habit of coming in on the tail end of your program. I was looking at the clock, and I'm thinking, well, now it's your time. It would have been 4:57, and then it's 4:58, and you're talking about culling earlier there. Well, now I remember I said I was just oozing with casualness on Friday.
Correct.
Well, I was doing some culling, trying to figure out what I might squeeze into that one last little bit if you were to bring me on board. But yeah, with Captain Ron, he's got Crow's number there, so I guess I'm going to have to rattle things around a little bit here. And but yeah, we all do dwell on Monday all weekend long. Actually, we try to put it in the back of our mind. But so anyway, what else is new in Crow's world here? Well, to borrow another phrase from Blazing Saddles, there's a new sheriff in town. Brandon, he took command of the 5th Reconnaissance Wing there Saturday, or squadron rather, Friday, yes. But either way, so yeah, he moved up to the top dog over Osan, at least in their Department of Specialties. Kind of interesting. It's referred to as reconnaissance, and an online search will show that they do not bring spy into the phrasing at all. They want to distance themselves from that, and likewise with identification and such to an adversary or whatnot. If they see the word spy, that could lead to an immediate, shooting squad or such. So even though it's universally known, what takes place, yeah, yeah, we know what you're doing and you know what we do, but we know what you're doing, and back and forth like that. I sent you a picture there, Steve.
Yes.
Bunch of planes on the.
Yeah, I got that.
Okay, yeah, okay. That was maybe a month and a half back. And the irony is, the day before that picture was taken, it's just a crystal clear day and sunshine, and that's kind of unique for Korea, given all the smog and such bad air that they have over there. But when the day for the photo shoot came, it just rainy and drizzly, and for your listeners, there's probably 50 planes or so lined up on the runway, bunch of A-10s, and this is Osan Air Force Base in South Korea, and bunch of F-16s, A-10s, and a couple U-2s, and actually Brandon, if you count back 4 A-10s, he'd have been the second U-2 in line there, and his predecessor was in the front U-2. He'd be the one that Brandon replaced there Friday. But anyway, it was interesting because they sat out there for 3 to 4 hours, and they were all idling, running, simply because some of them, the U-2 in particular, they have to have an umbilical cord to start again. They're not self-starters. But either way, it became a challenge for those two guys because they have such huge wing area, and they had those F-16s sitting there in front of them. Well, even sitting there idling, they wanted to try and lift off the ground from the backwash that those F-16s were kicking out. And Brandon said it became quite the taxing and tiring endeavor just for a photo shoot. And in the end, when they got back to the hangar area,
the rain and drizzle, it was actually steaming off the wings. That those F-16, they kicked out enough heat to warm the wing surface up, big time and such. But so yeah, either way, he's the top gun with the Black Cat. That's their mascot, so to speak. And that's not racist or prejudiced. There's a whole story that connects the Black Cat to the Dragon Lady and whatnot. So that was kind of the big weekend news. And
so you were saying that was just kind of like a little message for Kim Jong-un?
Yeah, it was just a reminder that we're here.
Don't do something stupid.
There was another. Yeah, I think there was another missile launch here just a week ago again, wasn't there?
Yes, yeah.
A week and a half back. They've become so commonplace that they don't hardly even make the news anymore, it seems. But no, it was much like the Soviets in China. You'll see them do that every once in a while, the huge parades and whatnot. Well, this wasn't anything like the numbers that they displayed, but yeah, our presence is there. We're not going to go anywhere, So that's kind of what I really had to throw at you for the moment here. Maybe, I don't know, maybe that casualness will come back to mind. I don't know. We'll just see how the program plays.
I remember looking at the clock, and I was like, we only have like 60, 90 seconds left. And I think I said, I'm sure we can't get all that casualness in that short amount of time. So.
Yeah, those were your exact words. Like you say, I was almost hoping he didn't bring me up because I thought, gee, I'm going to become so flooded with what I'm going to try to throw at him and be speed talking, I guess that's
right.
What it's been. But, so, yeah, either way, that was then and this is now. So I'm sure Captain Ron is taking notes there right now. And, Crow's doing this, he's going to do that. Okay, we'll cut her loose for now there, Steve. We'll see what happens later on.
All right. Yeah, okay. We call it, Casual Monday, maybe. How's that sound? Casual Monday. All right. Hello to Wheelchair Dave on a Monday morning. Yeah, talking about racing action. And he shares with me NASCAR is going to be racing on the streets of Chicago about a month from now. But apparently there are a few drivers that are already noticing some issues they're going to face in the first ever street course race for NASCAR. Kyle Busch has tested the course virtually via the iRacing thing that kind of like the Michigan Mad Bet does, the iRacing. And he described some of the corners as really, really tight. He also looked at it on the simulator and noted there were cones where the walls will be when one exits the corners. You're coming down this straightaway, and there's another straightaway there, but the road is separated with a wall in the middle. And there's cones that are blocking off where they don't want you to go, which I thought that was weird. I'm like, well, just extend the wall, and maybe they don't want to extend the wall because they need areas for safety crews to get out. I ain't a scientist. It just seemed weird when you're coming around the corner and you got to miss the end of a wall. Austin Cindric, who spent the early years of his career racing road courses, says the biggest challenge is track conditions, which include remembering that runoff areas don't exist on street courses. Yeah, like Circuits of America, the last road course we ran, I could screw up and go 100 feet into the runoff and keep going. Whereas Chicago or any street courses, there is zero room for error. Whether it's track blockages or guys making mistakes, having cautions throughout the race, all types of those things. I think it's going to be different. It's going to come into play differently than they would at most of the road courses because a mistake is damage. It's not lost time. Either way, the Chicago street race is coming up July 1st and 2nd. Heading into the July 4 holiday weekend, Independence Day, right? And we'll return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Another story, a wheelchair Jade flew my way out of Atlanta. Said, Eagle from time to time talks about the traffic in Atlanta and how fast people are driving. How's 178 miles per hour on Georgia 400 for you? And the story from WSB TV there in Atlanta reads, a driver was spotted going more than 100 miles per hour over the speed limit in Forsyth County Saturday morning. Deputies say they clocked a Ferrari going 178 miles per hour on Georgia 400s, headed southbound out of the county. Wow. There are no justifiable reasons for going that fast, even if you're not concerned about your own safety. You're putting others at risk if something goes wrong. Now, it's not clear if the driver was actually arrested or given a citation for the speed, but in the state of Georgia, they have something called the super speeder law that goes into effect when drivers are going 75 miles per hour or faster on a two-lane road or 85 miles per hour on the other roads and highways. If caught super speeding, you can expect an extra $200 to be tacked onto your ticket. But of course, I'm pretty sure at those kind of speed, they can put you in handcuffs, take you off to jail, right? Wow. 178 miles per hour. Well, speaking of Eagle, we'll get his feedback on that. We're about 2 minutes from news break, bottom of the hour. So, hang in there, Eagle. Captain Ron going to be checking back in here. And lines available on a Monday at 844-844-3388. Buckeye Boy checking in from Ackworth, Georgia. 66 tonight. Had a heavy rain come through with some consistent thunder. We ended up getting a little over 0.6 of an inch, according to my rain gauge. My stepson's wife was going to have a surprise birthday party for him on Saturday, but I've been dealing with this pink eye thing. And when they woke up Saturday morning, all the kids have strep, so they had to cancel. We've got our oldest granddaughter for the week. Even though she's not feeling great, also asked her if she wanted to go fishing tomorrow. She said, yeah. So I've been prepping all the gear, and we'll make some sandwiches in the morning. We're going to Rome, Georgia. The place we're going in Rome, Georgia, is only the first 10 days of the month. It's only open. So I'm hoping we can get in some fish for her. I'll be heading to bed in short order. I'll be catching the podcast tomorrow. Well, while I've got my fishing line in the water. So have a great night, everybody, and be careful out there. All right. And time for Rob to check in there. It's a cool 49 degrees as I leave the house up here in Westbrook, Maine. Looks like I got 2 Boston area stores and 1 on Cape Cod to get the week started here. It's time to feed the good people of New England. All right. Get those groceries stocked up. All right, 29 past the hour. News break time. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA News Update. Reports say there was never any danger to the Capitol after fighter jets scrambled when a Cessna violated U.S. airspace in Washington. An FAA release says the small plane was headed to New York on Sunday afternoon after taking off from a northeastern Tennessee municipal airport, but crashed into a mountainous area of southwest Virginia. The federal grand jury investigating former President Trump's handling of classified documents is expected to meet this week. According to NBC News, activity has slowed in recent weeks following months of prosecutors working for special counsel Jack Smith, presenting evidence and witness testimony. An investigation is underway after more than a dozen migrants from South America were taken to a California church by private plane. Governor Gavin Newsom is working with the Department of Justice to find out who paid for their travel expenses and if any crimes were committed. Jerry Barmash, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Going back to the statement from NORAD, the plane that sparked scrambling the F-16s in D.C., which were indeed authorized to travel at supersonic speeds. They tried using flares to draw the attention from the pilot. U.S. officials said the jet fighters did not cause the crash. They did not shoot it down. The Cessna took off from Elizabethton Municipal Airport, Elizabethton, Tennessee. Apparently was bound for Long Island MacArthur Airport in New York, about 50 miles east of Manhattan, according to the FAA. National Transportation Safety Board is investigating. According to FlightAware, the plane appeared to reach the New York area, nearly made a 180-degree turn, with the flight ultimately ending in Virginia. Virginia State Police said they were searching for the wreckage, but as of press time of this, had not yet found it. While rare, incidents involving unresponsive pilots are not unprecedented. Of course, remember when the golfer Payne Stewart died in 1999 with 4 others after the aircraft he was in went across thousands of miles with the autopilot and the passengers unresponsive, that eventually crashed in South Dakota. I recall that. In the case of Stewart's plane, the plane lost pressure, causing the occupants to lose consciousness, oxygen deprivation. Similarly, a small U.S. private plane with an unresponsive pilot crashed off the coast of Jamaica in 2014 after veering far off course towards southwest Florida. That also prompted a fighter jet escort. But this past day, the sonic boom rattled a lot of people in the D.C. area. Took to social media after hearing that noise, shook the ground, shook the walls. Several residents say they heard the noise as far away as northern Virginia and I guess into parts of Maryland. Wow. Good morning, Eagle.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm out here on the road now trying to make it back to Texas, Steve. I didn't make it this weekend. I got volunteered to do some work in Georgia or in Atlanta, so I definitely not very happy, especially when you got to drive in Atlanta. But I made $400 out of the deal. I had to do some local driving. We got a local driver in Atlanta, but they say he was sick or something. So they had loads that had to be delivered on Friday. I had to deliver 3 loads, local loads, to the customers in the Atlanta area. So that turned into a real nightmare driving in Atlanta all day long. But like I say, I made almost $500 for doing that. So at least I made some money, but I didn't make it home. So I'm over here in Alabama right now. Yeah, trying to I probably won't get back to Texas until Tuesday night, Wednesday morning, look like. But that's all right. I could take a couple of days off when I get back home. But yeah, Steve, like I say, Georgia 400. I used to live in Atlanta a long time ago, 15, 20 years. And yeah, Georgia 400 is like a speedway going out through there. It's very dangerous, right? Going through Alpharetta and Powder Springs and what the hell is that? A lot of different towns that you drive through going up. You can go up to the mountains of North Carolina. Tennessee is like a shortcut. Take 400 if you go that way. So people use that as like a racetrack. And you say that guy was running 178 miles an hour. That's no surprise. But like I say, if you a Ferrari, they shouldn't even be allowed to sell those type of vehicles, Steve, and allow them to be on the streets of America. What the hell do they think somebody gonna do if you buy a Ferrari? What you think you buying that car because you want to drive 45, 50, you want to do the speed limit? Like I said before, those cars shouldn't even be sold unless you know it's like a professional or something like that. Because if you got the power behind you, Steve, you're gonna want to get that thing wide open. A lot of these people, they don't give a damn whose life they endanger in the process. You see it, like I said, I told you that last week. You can go to Atlanta, and these punks, I told you I had a guy just barely miss my truck on Thursday. These guys are racing lane to lane. Sometimes you see these guys on these motorcycles, these crotch rockets, they call them guys. They don't give a damn about nobody. They go from lane to lane. They'll go from the on ramp all the way to the 4th lane on 285. They'll cut across the 4 lanes of traffic on a damn motorcycle. They popping wheelies. These guys, they'll have the front tire off the ground, riding down the interstate. And the most dangerous maneuver, Steve, I don't know if you've ever seen this before, but I first seen it when I used to go out to California and Los Angeles. Have you seen, they call it, they call the white lines on the interstate the zipper. Have you seen these guys on these motorcycles that ride down when traffic comes to a stop? You got stop traffic, and they'll just ride down the zipper of the road, and anybody could cut over, anybody could swing their door open, anything, and these guys just ride right down the middle of the damn zipper. Have you seen that before?
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Now, well, why the hell would you want to do something so stupid? And these guys will do it right beside a truck. They don't care. I've had guys literally almost hit my truck with the motorcycle on a Harley Davidson, a crotch rocket, or whatever they're riding, and they don't have no fear of a truck whatsoever. If I'm on a motorcycle, Steve, I had motorcycles. That's the last thing that I'm gonna do is ride down the zipper of the road, knowing that somebody could swing a door open or somebody could move over on that zipper. So like I say, people nowadays, it seems that they don't have no fear of trucks whatsoever. It just amazes me. Like I said, when you go to Atlanta and some of the major cities, how dangerous these people drive, and they seem to not care. Like some people say, we got a joke in the trucking industry. Some people believe it's because of these commercials that they have on TV, this 222 number, this guy who calls himself the Hammer. He claims that he can get millions of dollars from these trucking companies if you have an accident. They got another guy that's walking on walking on the top of a tractor on a trailer, flapping his mouth about, if you get hit by a truck, call my number and I'll get every dime that you deserve from this trucking company. So a lot of people actually believe that if they have an accident with a truck, they can get multi-millions. But see, here's what these people forget, Steve. When you have an accident with a truck, you ain't got no guarantee that you're going to live through that accident to receive that. Maybe somebody in your family might receive that money, but you might not be the one that benefit from it. But a lot of people don't seem to care. So, like I say, the best thing I could tell the new drivers coming into the trucking industry is stay in the right lane as much as possible. Stay in the far right lane as much as that'll help you from having accidents and some of the most reckless drivers. But that ain't no guarantee that one of these losers ain't gonna hit you either. But that's basically what I try to do, is stay in the right lane as much as possible and stay out of the left lane, because there's actually people, Steve. I got a so-called fast truck, as some truckers say. I can go above the speed. I got a governor on my truck, but it's not governed down in those 65 miles an hour. I got enough speed to get out the left lane and drive, and that still ain't enough. My truck will run over 85 miles an hour, and I get out in the left lane, and I still got cars that will cut over in front of me. That still ain't fast enough for them. Running down, I'm going 85 miles an hour, and still get cut off by a car. They feel like, some people feel like a truck cannot get in the left lane. I don't know who made that. I don't know who told these four-wheelers that a truck is not allowed to get in the left lane. And then they had a nerve to get in front of you and brake check and slam on the brakes, which is the most dangerous maneuver that anybody can attempt with a truck. But people do it every day. And there's a video out there right now, Steve, where a truck literally drove over one of those Mini Cooper cars. The guy brake checked him, and the car is literally up under the truck, and this guy is deader than a doornail. So it makes no sense to brake check a truck. I don't know who told these people that that's the right thing to do, but that's the dumbest thing. They have no respect for a tank truck, a man that's hauling diesel. They have no respect for the man that's hauling the flatbed, that's hauling these steel coils. We've talked about that, where a coil came through the cab of the truck because man slammed on the brakes and the coil almost took his head off. So it's some dangerous driving out there right now, Steve. Like I said before, I had a guy come up to me the other day, and he asked me about truck driving. He said he wanted to get involved in truck driving, and he asked me for my personal attention. My personal opinion was, don't do it. Find you something else to do. If I could go, I got too much into this game right now, Steve. I've been doing it since '98. But believe me, if God blessed me with the ability to do something else, that was making more money, you bet your last dollar I would turn in my keys, because the thing it's don't get way, way more dangerous than the amount of money that we make now out here on the road. It's really a damn shame the way people conduct themselves. And then now you got the people down in Texas. I told you how the violent people pulling out guns, these road rage incidents. They got these guys down here in Texas where I live at that drive these pickup trucks. I don't know if you ever seen these guys with these 4x4 pickups with the monster tires on them. And they actually think that they own the road. These guys driving these Dodge Rams, Ford F-150s with the extra large tires on them. And they will actually try to get up on the truck and run you off the road. So it's some bad deals going on. I wish there was some way law enforcement. Right now, Steve, basically, I'm just going to put me point blank with you. Down in Texas, you basically can do what the hell you want to do on the roads of Texas, because Greg Abbott has dedicated most of the state troopers down to the borders of Texas, from El Paso all the way to Brownsville. He's got those guys since Biden wouldn't do his job. He had to take state troopers in place of Border Patrol agents, which have become babysitters, so they can't do their job either because they too busy babysitting all these immigrants. So they basically got the state troopers down at the border right now trying to build fences and keep these individuals out. So the roads of Texas are basically wide open. You want to run 80 miles an hour, do your thing. You want to run 100 miles an hour, do your thing. That guy with that Ferrari that was running 178, well, I got news for that guy. You can't do it in Georgia. Come on down to Texas. Come on down to Texas with that Ferrari, and you can run 178, and I guarantee you nobody won't stop you. That's how bad it is right now. So Like I said, and a lot of people in Texas know that, Steve, the state troopers are preoccupied right now. So anybody that's looking to drive fast, come on down to Texas and you can run wide open and won't nobody stop you. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right, Eagle, thank you much. Very interesting. Yeah, speaking of the southern border, I think there were 3 or 4 additional states that are sending some National Guard troops to try to assist Governor Abbott there in Texas along the southern border. And let's get a pause in here, and we return after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Who was it? You've got the governors, Virginia, West Virginia, and South Carolina last week, joining the list of Republican leaders sending some National Guard soldiers or other state law enforcement to the border with Mexico. Virginia's governor, Glenn Youngkin, who's another one of those talking about a possible presidential run, announced an executive order directing the deployment of 100 Virginia National Guard soldiers and 21 support personnel. South Carolina's Henry McMaster and West Virginia's Jim Justice announced their deployments shortly thereafter, also in response to a request from Texas Governor Abbott. He's asking for help. So that brings to at least 8 the number of Republican-led states that are deploying soldiers or offering other assistance since Abbott made that appeal for some help there on the border. Now, the ongoing border crisis has turned every state into a border state, said Governor Youngkin. As leadership solutions at the federal level fall short, states are answering the call to secure our southern border, reduce the flow of fentanyl, combat human trafficking, and address the humanitarian crisis. But the Virginia deployment and others from Republican-led states have specifically been in support of Texas Operation Lone Star, which is separate from the active duty National Guard troops that were sent down by Biden Like, what was it, 1,500 active duty troops, in addition to the 2,500 National Guard members that were already there. But this is a totally different operation. Abbott launched this operation in 2021, stating that the Biden administration is essentially welcoming illegal immigration. Now, some are questioning the effectiveness of a multi-billion-dollar operation. Some arrests, including for low-level amounts of marijuana during traffic stops, appear to have little to do with border security. And some of the Texas National Guard troops initially complained about low morale, late paychecks, and not really having a whole hell of a lot to do. But Operation Lone Star. What's going on, Uber Ed?
Hey, Steve, how's it going? I talked to Stephanie the other day about the cruise, and I'm gonna kind of wait till after I go on Royal Caribbean because I was kind of disappointed in that Carnival cruise I went on back at Christmas, and it seems like to me that Carnival, because I should say that Royal Caribbean kind of worked with me because my wife don't drink, but I had to buy the Coke package for her, and I could buy the full drink package for me. And I asked Carnival about it, and they said everybody got to buy if you got the alcohol package, everybody got to buy it.
It's always been with Carnival. Yeah, if you're whoever you're rooming with, if there's two people in the cabin, one can't. Both have to do the drink package if they're going to do it.
Yeah. Well, Royal Caribbean now they let me buy the drink package, but made my wife buy the
Coke package,
the soft drink package. Yeah, but when I talked Carnival, they said no, they won't do that.
That is correct.
So I told her, I said, well, that's kind of a little bit of waste of money, and she, oh no, and I told her, I said, well, I'll wait to go on that Royal Caribbean cruise and see how that is.
Okay.
But they'd rather lose the full price of the cruise over a few $100 just for that'll let you go somewhere else. So.
I mean, the drink package. Drink package gets you like 15 drinks per day. I mean, you think you drink that much anyway?
No, I wouldn't drink that much.
See, because I've never done the drink package. I mean, we'll all get together out there on the deck, and I'll buy a bucket. Big Ed will buy a bucket. Somebody else will buy a bucket. We just kind of share, and it's just I don't know that I could get through 15 a day. I mean, maybe on one day, but then you're hung over the next day. You don't want to drink 15 more.
But anyway, Minister, I think he's going to run for Congress, and he's looking for a campaign manager because he can get everything straight.
Oh, I bet he can.
Yeah, he can get everything straight, and I told him I was just tired of listening to it because I can't do nothing about it. So he needs to run for Congress and get it all straight, but he needs a campaign manager. So
I don't know.
You hear anybody want to be his campaign manager? He was kind of really looking at Eagle. He likes Eagle a lot.
Oh yeah, I know. I think Sundance Kid might be up his alley. He might could handle. Yeah, campaign manager. Okay, that'll work. All right, Ed, have a good Monday. Happy Monday. Well, lo and behold, most of us know the reason we are no longer on YouTube. You had certain things you just could not say. You're forbidden to suggest that there was ever any sort of improprieties or maybe fraud taking place during the 2020 election. Of course, for a couple of years there, you were forbidden to say anything about vaccines being experimental and not knowing what the ramifications might be several years down the line. Remember all those, so Steve Summers got, strike number 1, then strike number 2, strike 3, you're out, banned. YouTube announcing Friday, hey, we're changing our policy to allow content that denies the validity of the 2020 presidential election and other elections, and spreading claims about voter fraud. The ability to openly debate political ideas, even those that are controversial or based on disproven assumptions, is core to a functioning democratic society, especially in the midst of election season, according to the blog post from YouTube. Somewhat has seen the light. Haven't we been saying that for years? And how many times did we say, hey, we're just having open discussion about these things? All right, let me get a news break here. Close out hour number 2, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
At Hot Shot Secret, we listen to our customers. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm Nathan from Ellisville, Mississippi, and I drive a 2017 Ford F-350 Power Stroke. I've been using Hot Shot Secret EDT every tank for almost 3 years, and I've seen about 1.5 to 2 miles per gallon increase in fuel mileage.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook. Hey there, listening friends. I want to remind you, don't forget you can get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by simply using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
USA News. I'm Jerry Barmash. A sonic boom was heard over the U.S. Capitol in Washington on Sunday as officials scrambled fighter jets when a small aircraft violated U.S. airspace. Bowie, Maryland authorities say the sonic boom was from a plane out of Joint Base Andrews. Republican Congressman Garrett Graves of Louisiana praises House Speaker Kevin McCarthy's role in securing the debt ceiling.
It is not a mainstream position. I'll tell you right now, Speaker McCarthy's position is absolutely safe.
While Graves told CBS's Face the Nation he agreed with President Biden that the debt ceiling negotiations were done in good faith, he noted there was a lot of candor and some tense moments. In what's being called a targeted attack, a man who was getting a haircut at a mall in San Antonio was shot to death by 2 men who entered the barber shop and shot him in the head. Shoppers at the North Star Mall scrambled for safety after the shooting, but police say the gunman fled the scene and no one else was hurt. Colorado takes more action on gun control.
Governor Jared Polis has signed a bill that bans the manufacture and sale of unregistered, privately made guns.
This signing is really a celebration of our ability to come together around common sense
legislation.
The law also establishes a process for anyone currently with ghost guns to get them registered by 2024, and they'll have to complete a background check. This was the fifth gun control bill passed by the Colorado General Assembly during the legislative session. I'm Jeremy Scott.
Southwest Airlines has reached an agreement in principle with its flight attendants union. Word of the deal comes nearly a year after the flight attendants union filed for federal mediation last July. The union represents close to 19,000 flight attendants. Flying of a different kind, SpaceX launched a new fleet of Starlink satellites into orbit early Sunday. A Falcon 9 rocket carrying nearly 24 V2 mini satellites lifted off from the Florida coast. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
A veteran political host is stepping down.
A big change coming to the Sunday morning talk show circuit. NBC's Chuck Todd says he'll be leaving the host chair after 9 years. NBC's Kristen Welker will replace him. Chuck Todd says he's leaving to focus on his family and long-term projects. Todd saying during his Sunday broadcast, "I am really proud of what this team and I have built over the last decade." I'm Laura Winters.
NORAD has issued a statement after that unresponsive Cessna violated U.S. airspace in Washington on Sunday. NORAD aircrafts were authorized to use supersonic speeds, which was the reason for the sonic boom that was heard by residents in the region. The statement also says that flares were used in an attempt to gain attention of the Cessna pilot, who was deemed unresponsive. The Directors Guild of America says it reached a tentative agreement with the Alliance of Motion Picture and Television Producers on a 3-year contract. The deal comes following a month of negotiations. The agreement reportedly includes a 12.5% salary hike over 3 years and an increase in residuals for streaming content. The projections keep getting better for Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse, with more than $120 million in its debut weekend across U.S. and Canada theaters. Only the Super Mario Bros. Movie had a better opening weekend in 2023. The Little Mermaid came in second place, notching another $41 million. I'm Jerry Barmash, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
I trust you had a good weekend. Here we close out another. Make our way to the 5th day of June. Everybody's favorite day, Monday. All right, forecasters say the upcoming weather pattern from the Ohio Valley on over into New England. It's going to be, are we talking some cooler conditions and patches of dry weather, probably through the middle portions of June. Now, the dry stretches will particularly grip regions of the Northeast, while the coolest air is most likely to be noticed from northern Pennsylvania, much of New York on up into Maine. Part of the pattern in the Northeast will result from a protruding dip in the jet stream that took shape over the weekend. I noticed things much cooler outside the bunker tonight. The humidity levels have really dropped, and it's been kind of breezy with some of that cooler air coming in. Now, typically when a tropical feature occurs way out in the northern Pacific, which you'll recall last week, there was a typhoon in the western Pacific. Yeah, typically when you have a feature like that, forecasters start looking for a dip in the jet stream across the northeastern U.S. 6 to 10 days after it recurves. Therefore, into about mid-June, temperatures are going to trend a bit below the historical average in portions of the Northeast and New England. Now, there may be actually two noticeable bursts of cooler air across the Northeast over the next couple of weeks. One coming up maybe midweek this week, the 7th through the 9th, and the start of next week, June 12th and 13th. There's concerns daytime highs could be as much as 15 degrees below the norm for this time of year. Yeah, maybe later this week. By the time we get to Wednesday night, we could be talking some widespread overnight lows into the lower 40s in northern Pennsylvania, New York, Vermont, New Hampshire. It's not out of the question that the typically cooler spots in that region maybe even dip into the upper 30s at some point during the overnight hours. I don't think they're talking any concerns about frost this late, but my upper 30s, mighty chilly for this time of year. All right, back to the phones we go here on a Monday. See what's happening with Senor Heatwave. How was your weekend?
Good morning, Senor. Yeah, it was all right. It was all right. I know we ended my call on Friday saying, well, I was going to get a stiff drink and go from my side of that king-size bed all the way over to her side. And you know what she said to me when I made that trip? Saying, hey, baby, it's me.
I got a headache.
She said, get the hell away from me. I'm trying to sleep. Exactly. Well, that's appreciation for you. It's gratitude. Oh, well. So, anyway. Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad. Got in touch with Miss Millie, and she is a very, very fine woman to talk to. And in fact, she had called me right before your show started, and we chatted for a little bit there. So it was good talking to her. Vic has been a wealth of information, and he's allaying a lot of my fears about, YRC, what could happen, what really the different minutiae of the them having to pay back the loan and whatnot, and if they did go under, then what more than likely would happen after that. So, and he's been a great source of information for me. Oh, let's see here. Well, Eagles griping and complaining about the motorcycles in California using the zipper. Well, it was explained to me when I started driving back in '95 that it's perfectly legal for them to use the zipper in instances of slow-moving traffic or stop traffic. Like there's a delay, backup, accident, or whatnot on the interstates.
because apparently they figure, well, they can get around that situation better than a four-wheeler can, so they'll allow them to go. So if you're sitting on the driving part of the highway, if you're sitting and you open up the door, whether it be your car, your pickup, or the semi, and they run into it, you are going to be the one getting in trouble, not them. So, yeah, it's there is some common sense to that law, where the fact is a motorcycle can get around a lot of other stuff, but damn, it's just not a law or a rule that I would say, yeah, go ahead, and it would have to be at their risk, and I wouldn't blame a four-wheeler or a truck, if there was an accident due to the person on the individual on the motorcycle for making bad decisions. But yeah, it's irritating to say the least. So yeah, you definitely have to watch the mirrors to make sure you don't have one of them little two-wheel guys going down the highway right next to you. And I can only imagine what it's like for the guy on the motorcycle driving between two semis or a semi and a car. That's just crazy. All righty. Well, what else is happening? Well, Texas A&M, I guess they were the number 4 seed in their division there in somewhere out there in California. I guess they went through it unscathed. So I understand. I was watching part of the game Saturday, where they were behind 4-2, and then they tied it 4-4, and then I had to do other stuff, and I found out today they actually won 8-5. So I'm glad to see they're continuing on their trek for the World Series, College World Series. It's almost like you have to watch a high school game or little league game or college, because sometimes the professional games, they just don't have the same, I don't know what to call it, urgency, the same kind of passion for the game that these other people do, because they're playing for the fun of it in little league. They're playing for pride in high school, and they're playing for prestige in college. Because, once you get your people drafted for any sport, they go to the professionals, and they it's almost kind of a letdown, because they've made it to the, quote, pinnacle, unquote, of their career. They made their money. Now they act like they don't really have to earn it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So, but, yeah. So I'm glad to see Texas and Houston are out there doing really good. And your Reds, they getting any higher in the standings, or are they still staying firm in third?
I don't think they did any forward progression over the weekend. The only game I tuned into, they lost like 10-8.
Oh yeah, I think I've seen something about that. I know there was something about the game that a Reds player had done, but it was in a losing effort, and they said it. I'm not really for sure exactly what it was. Right now I'm getting most of my news from Google, and I tell you what, I when Fox let Tucker Carlson go, it just put a what's the word? I want to say it just kind of tainted the rest of the channel, because the other hosts were saying the same things and thinking the same things that Carlson was. And now it seems like they've got a little bit of a gag order on them where, if they don't abide by the company dictates as far as reporting or commenting on the news, that they're not going to have a job. So I think it's very unfortunate what happened to Carlson. but I think it seems like he's doing pretty good on his own with his own little program that he has. So good for him. I just, when you've listened to a news organization like Fox for so long, and you can start seeing a progression to the middle of the road, from conservative to middle of the road, and then starting to go to the left, you just, the conversation needs to have a good debate, but it just seems like it's slanted to the left. And surprising, like you were saying, YouTube is saying, well, you've got to have a balanced debate where you can talk about different things. Well, what was it that gave them that idea? Was it the rest of us, cutting back on YouTube, visiting there, watching them? Were they losing advertisement? What was the cause for them to have a change of heart, saying, yeah, I guess we can talk
Right.
about it now?
Good question.
Is it because it's 2 years, since the election, and they know now they're going to, in another, year and a half, they're going to have another election coming up, and they're going to be censoring a lot of people, that don't think their way. It just boggles the mind. So, anyways, no, just doing a little bit of homework at the house. Mama had a issue with the dishwasher. I know some dishwashers, they go straight to the garbage disposal to get rid of their water, and ours has it's got a little vent valve on top of the sink. And apparently what was happening was the water was draining through the vent valve. Very little was going through the line. So it took me a while to find a video that would tell me what I need to look for. And man, I tell you what, they really don't make it to where it's accessible in there, especially when you have an osmosis water system underneath the sink. And then you got that damn garbage disposal there. There really ain't a whole lot of room to work with in there. I finally got it out, took a look at the drain pipe, and threw a bristle brush in there, and oh man, there is no damn wonder that damn sink smelled so bad. There was so much accumulated crap in that line.
Yummy.
Yeah. Oh, it was slimy, that's for sure. But yeah, I finally got it put together, and now they're washing dishes like it's going out of style. Just boom, 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 load after load after load. So, well, the lady Heatwave's doing much better. She's still got a little bit of a cough, but other than that, with her other, wouldn't call them illnesses, but with her other conditions that she's been dealing with all these years, she's doing really well. And she is surprised she has this big a following on your show. She just like, why? And I said, because I talk about you, and there are some people out there that are, they are truly interested on how you're doing these days. And Miss Melly had told me the other day in Lady Heatwave that they've got missionaries down in somewhere in South America, and that they have her on a prayer list down there. And I said, well, you see, dear, people know about you all over the northern and southern hemisphere of the Western world here. So she's just in awe. But yeah, that's about it. Not a whole lot happening out here. Just thought I'd call in and chime in and say hey to everybody.
All right. Well, hey, good to hear from you, and appreciate you taking the time out to join us here. Real quick before we get a time out. YouTube. They said 2 years, tens of thousands of video removals, and one election cycle later. We recognized it was time to reevaluate the effects of this policy in today's changed landscape. Now, of course, YouTube is owned by Google. They said in the current environment, we find that while removing this content does curb some misinformation, it could also have the unintended effects of curtailing political speech without meaningfully reducing the risk of violence or other real-world harm. With that in mind, and the 2024 campaigns well underway, we will stop removing content that advances false claims that widespread fraud, errors, or glitches occurred in the 2020 and other past U.S. presidential elections. Bloggers wrote that its election misinformation policies are remaining in place, which would prohibit content that is designed to mislead voters about the time, place, eligibility requirements for voting, content that would encourage others to interfere with the democratic process, and false claims that could materially discourage voting, which include disputing the validity of voting by mail. So there are still things you're not going to be able to chime in about. We know people take the integrity of the democratic process incredibly seriously, and so do we. We will remain vigilant as the election unfolds, as we did in 2020 and again in 22. We have an elections-focused team, including members of our intelligence desk, trust and safety and product teams monitoring real-time developments, and we'll make adjustments to our strategy as needed. All right, so we'll have more details about our approach toward the 24 election in the months to come. But yeah, 2 years later, and as they said, tens of thousands of videos removed. And, it's time to make a change. Well, what's happening with the horse feathers? Happy Monday.
Yeah, Your Honor. Welcome to the greatest day of the week there, as Captain Ron says. So does that mean they're going to put you back on YouTube then? Are you all forgiven?
Good question. I don't know. I doubt it. I can't. I thought about that when I came across that story. I said, "Well, I wonder if we can petition to be put back on there."
Yeah, you shouldn't even have to petition. It's all forgiven. You should just be able to be they should just put you back up right where you were. Put all the podcasts back on, all the old shows back on that they deleted and all that. So anyways, I think what Eagle and Heatwave were talking about there is what the term they call lane splitting. And it's actually grown a little bit in popularity. I'm pretty sure that Pennsylvania allows it now as well. But I don't know.
I know for a bunch of years, California was the only state that allowed it. I mean, somewhere down the line, it seems like going back, it's been a long time since we spoke to Dean Michaels. I can't remember if he said they had legalized it in Florida.
I think possibly down there too. Yep, that's a good possibility. But so anyways, I mean, if I was doing it, I think I'd try to be over on one of the shoulder sides where you actually had a little bit more room in that. But yeah, I actually had one of them scooters come down through and lane split me there to regular speed limit there, right between me and another truck there, and he apparently had somewhere to get to, so he just went on down through between the two of us. But did you see that? Did you see that thing I posted up there? That driver with the dash cam there. Somebody must have hacked into my dash cam, Your Honor. I swear, my wife even says that sounds like you. But yeah, it showed a whole bunch of crazy nonsense going around, and his commentary is pretty much what horse feathers would be saying there when people were doing that crap around me. But again, it's kind of the fact that I'm stuck at driving no more than what the posted speed limit is at any time, and everybody else is trying to do anywhere from 10 to 20 or more faster than I am at most times. So it's kind of a nature of the beast of what it causes. But anyways, so I don't know. I disagree with Eagle's opinion of where drivers should be driving, because I won't stay in the right lane because there's too much traffic trying to get on and off, and with me doing the speed I am, I'm usually interfering with all that. So I stay out one more lane to the left all the time and let everybody figure out how to get around me there, either on the left or the right. And I'm sure that's kind of bothersome to some other people out there. But state of Maryland, and there's not all the roads. There's a few of them there that they don't want trucks out in the left lane, but for the most part, trucks are allowed out in the left lane. So you still got the opportunity to go both ways around, and you get on some of the beltways there, and they got 4 lanes. So there's always a couple extra ways around if they really want to try. And if not, they can just join me at the speed limit, enjoy the ride, enjoy the view. But I don't know. People don't like the speed limit, Your Honor. Don't like being legal. Probably why that Ferrari was doing 170 miles an hour.
He had to be somewhere. So what was, where were you playing fire truck over the weekend?
Oh, that was out Westminster, Maryland there. We actually got the fire truck out there, and they had a place there to set up to be able to flow some water. So we had the truck hooked up to 3 hoses up to the monitor nozzle. Not the one I got from California. I actually ended up with another one as well, and the one from California was kind of buried deeper in the garage, and the other one was easier to grab a hold of. So I took that one with me, but the truck did well, ran well, pumped water well. So we're pretty happy with all the way that was going there. Had a nice day, and hey, a couple of hand lines out there. So the grandson there, he was able to get onto the end of one of those and
I see that.
Water around.
So is that like sucking the water from the lake and just essentially spraying it back in the lake? Is that?
Pretty much, yeah. It was just a pond they had there, but yeah, they actually used their engine there from the firehouse that was hosting the muster, and then they had what they call 2 of the portable ponds, which are the water containment devices. They're usually somewhere around 4,000 gallons, and they're metal frame with pretty much a pool liner in them. And
that looks like you were having fun, but hey, we got a pause there. News break time, bottom of the hour. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Reports say there was never any danger to the Capitol after fighter jets scrambled when a Cessna violated U.S. airspace in Washington. An FAA release says the small plane was headed to New York on Sunday afternoon after taking off from a northeastern Tennessee municipal airport, but crashed into a mountainous area of southwest Virginia. The federal grand jury investigating former President Trump's handling of classified documents is expected to meet this week. According to NBC News, activity has slowed in recent weeks following months of prosecutors working for special counsel Jack Smith presenting evidence and witness testimony. An investigation is underway after more than a dozen migrants from South America were taken to a California church by private plane. Governor Gavin Newsom is working with the Department of Justice to find out who paid for their travel expenses and if any crimes were committed. Jerry Barmash, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Coming up, we'll get to some of our other industry headlines as we roll into a Monday here. Who else checking in? Daniel, good morning from Milwaukee, Oregon. 70 degrees tonight. Here, what's it going back earlier in the program? Now, we did say hello to Peter there, the land down under. Rubber Duck did chime in a bit ago. Good morning. Kim's in the hospital. I got to thank the neighbors for stepping up, watching the grandkids and the dogs. Hopefully, they let her out today. And a big thanks to my customers and my boss for understanding what I'm going through. I do got to go deliver 4, but probably going to be home today. All right, Flip Switch, check it in from Dayton. Top of the morning, Steve. There's Bidu on board. Good morning to the Overnight Drive crew. Jeffrey, hello, Steve. It's Jeff from New York City. Love the show. All right, great to hear from you. Thanks for checking in. All right, Horse Feathers, welcome back.
Yeah, thanks for holding me over there, Your Honor. Yeah, so those portable ponds, they're pretty much used for rural firefighting there where you have the lack of hydrants, and they use the tanker system to haul water to close to the fire ground there, and so then they are able to load water at a remote location there from an engine down there, usually drafting out of a pond or some sort of water source, and they haul the water up, and they got big chutes on them there, and they open them up. They're 12, 14, 16 inches sometimes, and they let 2,000-3,000 gallons of water out there within a matter of seconds, and they take off to go get another load, and then you got another engine there with that pond that feeds the supply up to the working engines at the fire scene themselves there. So it's kind of a relay system there. It's a modern day bucket brigade, Your Honor, with big trucks. It's a pretty amazing feat to see, especially when you start doing it when inclement weather in the middle of the night and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, watch the whole operation go. Sometimes it's a pretty amazing thing that, you know, for the amount of time you get to practice it, how well it actually works in when you have to do it. It's kind of an amazing thing, you know, and you got a whole bunch of guys that most of the time are just volunteer, and, you know, it's not really a paid thing, and everybody kind of knows what they're doing and just kind of falls into place and makes it all happen. So anyways, but no, so we got to play with ours there, and as I say, we had a couple small hand lines off there, so 10-year-old was able to hang on to them and not get lifted off the ground too far, unlike what those tree lines were I put into that monitor nozzle there. They got a little bit of force behind them there and have a little bit of elevation problem there if you don't have enough lead in your shoes. But we had a good time with that. So it's a beautiful day, and everything ran well and ran right and got back and forth without any issues. So it was all a good day there. And anyways, what else do we have going for you? I don't know, not a whole lot. As I say, there was that one video I put up there, that dash cam deal there, but it was kind of a thing. But anyways, I don't know. I guess that's about what we got going for you. You got double nickel on the thermometer down here, and bright moon up in the sky that started out in the horizon there. I don't know, about 10 o'clock. Just over the horizon was a nice bright orange, just a big orange ball coming up, and now it's the big silver nickel up in the sky there. But we're all clear out here, and so the one question I have for you, talking about the rain and all that. Now our weather forecaster there, they always show, you know, how much rain above or below normal we are, and at this point, I think they said we're like 7.5 inches below normal rainfall for the year. Now we've had years where you get to December 31st, and we've been like 12 or 14 inches, 16 inches above average on December 31st. January 1st rolls around, and they're showing like an inch deficit.
Right.
How does that work? You go from the end of the day at the end of the year from one day, and you go to the next day. What happened to that 14 or 16 inches of surplus we had? Does that all just dry up overnight, or how does that work? Just because you changed the year? I never figured that one out yet. But yeah, no, things are good and dry around here. I mean, we haven't mowed. I don't know if we mowed the grass 2 or 3 times in May, and for the last probably 2.5 weeks there, tractor hasn't even been out of the shed to even think about clipping the grass at all. So yeah, we're pretty dry here, and as I say, I think the last I saw, they said we're about 7.5 inches below normal. But those people out in Vail look like what was it there? Was it Friday? It was June 2nd. I think I saw the post for.
Yeah, right. Yeah, westbound I-70, right? June 2nd. I see that.
Yeah. They had a little bit of snow removal action out there on I-70. So keep the ski areas open until the 4th of July without any problem, I'm sure. So anyways, I guess with all that nonsense there, I guess we can say, well, it's about time for you to go out and do your due diligence, isn't it? The show's half over.
All right. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, it's a Monday. So, yeah, let's see what's going on with old Scotty. What's going on, Demon?
Another day in paradise, man. Okay, we're talking about the motorcycle law out there in California and lane zipping and, white lining, whatever you want to call it. Okay, the way the law states is, motorcycle go up the zipper line, when traffic stopped or slowed, but they can only go a certain mile an hour, faster, and I think it's like, they can't, they're not supposed to be zipping up through there.
Right.
It's just, you're supposed to ease up through there. Back in my younger days and everything, when I lived out there and I had a motorcycle, and I, got a motorcycle now still, but, yes, I done it because you get in rush hour traffic in LA. I had a 45-minute drive to work, and I get in rush hour traffic. You just ease up through there, but you don't take and zip up through there like they do now. Like I said, that is against the law. But a lot of motorcycles are not, they're air-cooled. They can't sit in traffic. If it's 100 degrees out there, you can't sit there with a motorcycle at 100 degrees and not go anywhere. It's going to overheat. Fortunately, when I was out there, and my bike now, both are water cooled, and I got fans there on them, but older bikes don't, and they can't sit there in traffic. Yes, and if the people open the doors, then they're going to be in a world of hurt because it is legal in California, and I think there's about 8 other states where it's actually legal. And Kansas, it's not legal, and I wouldn't do it in Kansas. I wouldn't do it now anyway. My bike's too damn big to do that. My bike would fit between 2 cars.
Right.
Anyway. Well.
So you're out there driving tonight, working all night?
Yeah, I got to go down there to Houston. I can pick up a load, go back home, and then go to Beaumont, Texas later in the week and pick up and go back home. And then I don't think we're going to have much work the next couple weeks, it looks like. Have to go pick up a drive box to go do something.
Yeah.
Just on this cruise deal, there is a page out there, and if you're interested, if anybody's interested in everything, there is a page. It's Steve Summers 2024 cruise. They can find it and request to join everything if you're planning on going on the cruise, and then we're gonna try to get the information out there where and if you got questions, there'll be some people that there'll be several people to answer questions that have been on Steve's cruise before and stuff like that. So if anybody's interested, and I don't know, did you find it?
I forgot about it when you told me earlier. I just pulled it up here. Yeah, so I have it. I've got it. Yep.
Okay, good. But like I said, there's several of us can answer questions. Anybody can answer your questions. They've been there before, but I said Steve and Lisa will both be on there where they can answer any questions. Got plenty of time. Pay your $25. You got plenty of time to take and pay the rest off.
Start making payments.
Yeah, we all have a good time. And don't worry about if it's hurricane season because, they know exactly how to take and get around it unless you're on the sunshine out there in South Carolina.
Right, yeah. Have a captain that made a bad call.
Did they ever say, have you heard that, is that what it was? Was there just a bad call, or was it
I didn't really hear anything further about it. I mean, we had talked about the daggone system brewing out there for a week,
Right.
So they had to
What about
know.
this storm? Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. It wasn't unknown because at this time of year they usually go up the East Coast anyway when they form. Later in the year they'll come into the Gulf. When the waters are warmer. What was the deal with this Amelia that took and formed and went south? Now that is weird. I've never seen one take and form and go south like that.
That's the one we were talking about late last week, and through much of the week that they thought might develop. Yeah, I mean, I think they had the big dip in the jet stream that actually pushed it southward. Yeah, it hardly ever happens.
Right. That's the first time I never remember it happening. They said it's been 40 years or something since it's ever happened. That's odd. But, so where is it at now? Did it disappear now?
I think they still had some rain. I mentioned earlier in the show that in southern Florida,
Okay, I didn't know if that was the same system or not. But we finally got a little bit of rain there in Kansas. But I don't know. They said only like a quarter of an inch. Well, I think where I lived, I'm going to say we got quite a bit because in about 15 minutes we couldn't see the street. We had some pretty good water running down the street. They said on one side of town they said 1.5 inches. They said on our side we only got like a quarter inch, but I think that somebody must have messed up because I sat there and watched a lot more than that fall, and we needed it. But the wheat fields they're done, they're cooked. I don't think they're going to have much of a yield on any of the wheat in Kansas this year. He was talking about that here a couple weeks ago, and it's awful.
Wow.
I bet you most of that wheat's probably not much taller than about middle of your calf. That's about it. And it's starting to turn brown now, but it's done. There's not going to be much of a yield.
So they'll end up just plowing it under?
I've seen a lot of them where they had actually just turn the cows out loose on it.
Huh.
I don't know if they'll take and go ahead and mow it and bale it and use it for silage or what they'll do, but the crop insurance will pay for it, so they might just burn it off. Who knows? I haven't talked to anybody that is in the know. Be interesting to see. Anyway, well, that's about all I got. I just want to take a chime in on that motorcycle law and everything. That you can do it in some states, but you're not supposed to be going more than 5 or 10 mile an hour faster than the traffic.
Mm-hmm.
And if you do, you're plumb damn stupid. But anyway, okay. Well, I'll let you go, and we'll talk to y'all later this week.
All right, thanks for checking in. Yeah, and that's he's talking on the Facebook page. He's talking about Facebook. Kevin put together a Steve Summers 2024 cruise. I think he's going to change it to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive 2024 cruise. But I see a few people have found that. Lauren Weiss found it yesterday. He said, I'm new to this group. I recently joined because I want to learn info on the cruise. My hot-looking blonde and I may be interested in going. There you go. All right. It is 844-844-3388. I guess we can ask Philip about that coming up here after a quick timeout. But yeah, it did indeed turn into Tropical Storm Arlene. But weakened back to what they call a remnant low. No longer considered to be a tropical storm or tropical depression. And that was by Saturday. So I guess for a fairly short-lived period of time, it did garner the name Arlene, though. It actually fell back to a remnant low Saturday evening after, actually it was, late Saturday morning that it actually turned into tropical depression and pushed further away from Florida in the Gulf of Mexico. There you go. So dissipated pretty much this past day, and I'm assuming that some of those showers there in southern Florida might be what was left of that, the remnant low. But we pause and return into...
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, let's get back to it here at 844-844-3388. Hey, what's going on, Philip?
Just driving to work on I-4, bud. Over here by Sanford, Florida right now. How's it going with y'all today?
Happy Monday. Doing well.
Hey, you were talking about that storm. It developed up there just off in the Gulf, just south of Panama City. And then it went down towards Cuba. It's coming back across right now on the lower half of Florida, and then as a remnant low, and then going over into the Bahamas. It's got moisture going across there right now. So
I do know.
Yeah, it dissipated.
I do know, like at the midnight hour Eastern time, there were some pretty good showers down there in southern Florida. It looks like most of it's pretty much dissipated now.
Yeah, it's pretty much dissipated. I mean, there'll be some stuff that gets over to the Bahamas, and then by the models, it looks like it's carrying it out up in there, go up by the triangle and all that. But I imagine right now the Everglades has got some pretty good water down there with them storms. It looked pretty good when I saw it yesterday before I laid down, it was the way it was going. But it was kind of a weird layout. I mean, it was going to go south, and it was going to get to Cuba, around Cuba, and then it was going to turn back in and come back. There was all kinds of goofy models on it when it was Arlene. It wasn't very much. I think it was just, I don't even think it got into a tropical storm. Was it just a tropical depression?
I thought, doesn't it have to be tropical storm to get a name, or just tropical depression gets a name?
I think it did get a tropical storm status, because it all has to do is hit 45 mile an hour. Once it hits 45 mile an hour winds, it only has to do that one time, and then it turns into a name.
Right.
So everybody was wondering if they were going to pop a cone on it. They're like, why aren't they got a cone up? Why haven't they got a cone up? Well, everybody was beefing it up there, but the gentleman that just called in, I think his name was Scotty, he was talking about the Gulf. That's when all the stuff forms. This time of the year with the season, most of the stuff forms over the Gulf and comes up, or in that area. Not a lot of it. I mean, there's stuff coming off of Africa right now that, we can get stuff off of that. But with this El Nino thing that we've got going on, the shear comes across and it shears the tops off the storms, and then it's done. They're not going to come over across. But every now and then, Mother Nature fools us and slips one in. And do you remember a name called Andrew, Steve?
Oh, absolutely, yes. Yeah.
Okay, so these El Nino years, don't underestimate them. Like we say down here all the time, it only takes one. You don't have to have multiple ones. I mean, everybody remembers 2004 in Central Florida because that's the year we had multiple storms. But all it takes is one. I mean, look at last year. Last year it was Ian. I mean, you look at Fort Myers, you look at all that area over there, man, it got tore up bad. Sanibel, everybody, look at Laura over in Louisiana. Look at Michael in Pensacola and up in that area. I mean, And that was a bad storm. Laura and Michael were both 5s. Those 5s ain't nothing to play around with. You better get out of the house if you're going to go on a 5. I mean, that's like tear it down to the ground stuff. But you just got, it's part of living in paradise, you know what I mean? You got to keep an eye on it and get everything together. I mean, right now they're throwing, everybody needs to get their plan together. This is the time to get your plan together, get your stuff built, you know, ready to roll. So, but it's funny hearing Force Feathers talk about the fire truck. That portable pond thing that he was talking about, Steve, they use them down here all the time. They use them on, because of the rural situations, they'll go up to a canal or a ditch and drain water into a truck and then go to a house when they don't have a plug available. So pretty interesting stuff there. Steve, do you ever watch the spot rates on ships?
I can't say that I have, no.
If you ever get a chance, watch the spot rates. Now, we've talked about spot rates here on trucking and the industry as far as what's going on here, but if you ever get a chance, and there's a bunch of different ways you can check it, you just Google it, but with these containers coming across, check out the spot rates and see what they're at right now. They're the lowest that it had been in a while. After pandemic, you know, they were getting like $20,000 a container to bring it across on the West Coast side, like over towards LA, from China to LA.
I remember
now it's down to
reporting on that. They were getting incredible money. Yeah. So, hey, we got to pause there as we hit the midnight hour on the West Coast on a Monday morning. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
At Hot Shot Secret, we listen to our customers. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm Nathan from Ellisville, Mississippi, and I drive a 2017 Ford F-350 Power Stroke. I've been using Hot Shot Secret EDT every tank for almost 3 years, and I've seen about 1.5 to 2 miles per gallon increase in fuel mileage.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook. Hey there, listening friends. I want to remind you, don't forget you can get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by simply using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
USA News. I'm Jerry Barmash. A sonic boom was heard over the U.S. Capitol in Washington on Sunday as officials scrambled fighter jets when a small aircraft violated U.S. airspace. Bowie, Maryland authorities say the sonic boom was from a plane out of Joint Base Andrews. Republican Congressman Garrett Graves of Louisiana praises House Speaker Kevin McCarthy's role in securing the debt ceiling.
It is not a mainstream position. I'll tell you right now, Speaker McCarthy's position is absolutely safe.
While Graves told CBS's Face the Nation he agreed with President Biden that the debt ceiling negotiations were done in good faith, he noted there was a lot of candor and some tense moments. In what's being called a targeted attack, a man who was getting a haircut at a mall in San Antonio was shot to death by 2 men who entered the barber shop and shot him in the head. Shoppers at the North Star Mall scrambled for safety after the shooting, but police say the gunman fled the scene and no one else was hurt. Colorado takes more action on gun control.
Governor Jared Polis has signed a bill that bans the manufacture and sale of unregistered, privately made guns.
This signing is really a celebration of our ability to come together around common sense legislation.
The law also establishes a process for anyone currently with ghost guns to get them registered by 2024, and they'll have to complete a background check. This was the fifth gun control bill passed by the Colorado General Assembly during the legislative session. I'm Jeremy Scott.
Southwest Airlines has reached an agreement in principle with its flight attendants union. The word of the deal comes nearly a year after the flight attendants union filed for federal mediation last July. The union represents close to 19,000 flight attendants. Flying of a different kind, SpaceX launched a new fleet of Starlink satellites into orbit early Sunday. A Falcon 9 rocket carrying nearly 24 V2 mini satellites lifted off from the Florida coast. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
A veteran political host is stepping down.
A big change coming to the Sunday morning talk show circuit. NBC's Chuck Todd says he'll be leaving the host chair after 9 years. NBC's Kristen Welker will replace him. Chuck Todd says he's leaving to focus on his family and long-term projects. Todd saying during his Sunday broadcast, "I am really proud of what this team and I have built over the last decade." I'm Laura Winters.
NORAD has issued a statement after that unresponsive Cessna violated U.S. airspace in Washington on Sunday. NORAD aircrafts were authorized to use supersonic speeds, which was the reason for the sonic boom that was heard by residents in the region. The statement also says that flares were used in an attempt to gain attention of the Cessna pilot, who was deemed unresponsive. The Directors Guild of America says it reached a tentative agreement with the Alliance of Motion Picture and Television Producers on a 3-year contract. The deal comes following a month of negotiations. The agreement reportedly includes a 12.5% salary hike over 3 years and an increase in residuals for streaming content. The projections keep getting better for Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse, with more than $120 million in its debut weekend across U.S. and Canada theaters. Only the Super Mario Brothers movie had a better opening weekend in 2023. The Little Mermaid came in second place, notching another $41 million. I'm Jerry Barmash, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secrets, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we've really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All right, yes, indeed. We kick it into gear here. Cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome into a Monday. Gotta love it. Hope you had a good weekend. All right, lines available at 844-844-3388. We'll get back and finish up with Philip there.
Hey, buddy, you there?
Well, we got you loud and clear.
Right on. Can you hear me? Now, I was talking about containers there. It was $20,000, like, after pandemic to bring a container from China back over to LA. And now it's dropped down to, like, $1,500 to $2,000.
Wow.
You know, the freight has dropped big time. And also there's something, Steve, I don't think too many people have mentioned this. I mean, I don't know, not too many people keep up with ships, but we all know about the Panama Canal, but the Panama Canal is experiencing delays right now because they're having issues finding water. The lake that they pull the water out of, and they recirculate their water. They don't lose their water, but for some reason the water is down in the canal now, and it's delaying these big container ships coming across the canal. So that's delaying freight, and it's jabbering everything up. And when they had all the issues out in LA with the longshoremen and all that other stuff, they started moving things across the canal more. And instead of having it come in on the West Coast, they're having it coming in on the East Coast and going through the canal. So, plus two, the longshoremen are still, they're not in a strike or anything, but they're in a situation with their contract with the maritime associations right now, and they're still trying to get things together with that. So there's a lot of things to watch out coming across the ocean. So, but that's all I got today, buddy, and we'll keep an eye out today. We're going to have another launch. We had one yesterday. The one today is a resupply one for the space station, CRS one, and it was supposed to go off yesterday, but the winds killed it. They got one off in the morning, so we'll keep an eye out for it. Y'all have a good one, bud. Thank you.
All right. It's been a very, very busy schedule there down at the Cape. SpaceX, but just a couple times a week launch, one after another. Under our industry headlines, Texas regulations apparently are chasing aero truck sales out of the state. Effective July 31st, all three aero truck sales locations in the Lone Star State will close. Those 3 branches are Dallas, Houston, and San Antonio. This closure is driven, they say, by Texas state regulations, which prohibit motor vehicle manufacturers from operating as a motor vehicle selling dealership. According to the statement from the company, Arrow is a subsidiary of the Volvo Group. Is classified in the state of Texas as a manufacturer and thus is affected by the regulation. Arrow Truck Sales has operated in Texas for like 32 years. No other Arrow branch locations are affected. Arrow says they'll continue to support Texas customers on after-sales situations through their corporate customer service department. All Arrow warranties and third-party vehicle service contracts will be honored in accordance with sales agreements. So they explained this situation. In 2007, the company secured a temporary exemption that allowed them to continue operations through August 31st this year. With the expiration date of that exemption approaching, the company decided to just discontinue selling operations in accordance with state regulations. Transition employees, business partners, and customers tried to do this as smoothly as possible. Now, they did, I guess, a couple of footnotes. I mentioned all Arrow warranties and third-party vehicle service contracts will be honored. Any related repair service will continue to be conducted by affiliated repair shops in the state of Texas, as they're not affected by this legislation. Customers with financing through our sister company, Transport Funding, will continue to be serviced without interruption. Texas customers interested in purchasing subsequent trucks from Arrow will be able to do so through other Arrow locations outside of the state of Texas. All right, there you go. Arrow Sales, Texas, state regulation. I'm not really sure why they have that particular regulation in place in the state of Texas to begin with, but all right, over the years, we've heard numerous occasions where employees of Amazon working in some of these warehouses have complained about the working conditions. Rules so stringent that you don't even have an opportunity if you have to use the restroom. You're talking about having to, pee in a can or pee in a bottle. You've heard those stories. 3 Amazon delivery drivers have now filed a class action lawsuit in Colorado claiming inhumane working conditions in which they're forced to urinate in bottles and defecate in dog waste bags to ensure they're not disciplined for missing their delivery goals. The 16-page complaint filed in Denver District Court, Denver County, states Amazon drivers are under so much pressure to meet their delivery goals that they don't even have time to go to the bathroom. Many drivers control how much water they drink to minimize the likelihood of having to urinate during their shift. When they inevitably do need to use the restroom, drivers urinate in plastic bottles and even in some cases defecate in dog waste bags in the back of their delivery van to ensure they do not face discipline for failing to stay on pace with their deliveries. Wow. The lawsuit states supervisors instruct delivery drivers to remove pee bottles from delivery vehicles and for drivers to urinate or defecate outside the range of surveillance cameras that Amazon uses in their vehicles. Trash cans in Amazon fulfillment centers are frequently overflowing with bottles full of urine that drivers have thrown away at the end of their shifts, according to the complaint. Now, replying to a tweet, Representative Mark Pocan of Wisconsin, in which he wrote, paying workers $15 an hour does not make you a progressive workplace when your union bust and make workers urinate in water bottles. You don't really believe the peeing in bottles thing, do you? Now, that was Amazon News. The official account for news about Amazon, tweeted that out. You don't really believe the peeing in bottles thing? If that were true, nobody would work for us, Amazon says. The truth is, we have over 1 million incredible employees around the world who are proud of what they do and have great wages and health care from day one. The lawsuit was filed on behalf of 3 drivers. All right, let's see. Leah Cross, Marco Granger Rivera, and Ryan Schilling, an Iraqi war veteran. Cross was delivery driver from August of last year to November, so just a few months until she was fired for not meeting the delivery quotas. Rivera has been a delivery driver for Amazon since 2019. Schilling started in August of last year, but since December has been on medical leave because of an on-the-job injury. All right, the complaint also said Cross, on May 22nd, filed a charge of discrimination with the Colorado Civil Rights Division because Amazon's pace of work policies and control are maintained through excessive surveillance, which violates civil rights laws that guarantee equal treatment in the workplace because Amazon does not provide its drivers with reasonable access to bathrooms, which has an illegal, more stringent impact on people with typical female anatomy, right? So we'll see where that goes. It is 844-844-3388 on a Monday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hotshot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, so it was last week when we had discussed the FBI Director, Christopher Wray, potentially facing contempt of Congress charges. Now, this is all going back to the document or documents that had been subpoenaed from Christopher Wray. And Wray's been trying to, him-haul around and say, well, I'm not going to present it to the committee, but you can come to the FBI headquarters and see it. Remember that all unfolded last week? They're now saying, no, sir, you're going to present this document to the entire House Oversight Committee. The document that alleges the bribery scheme between then Vice President Biden during those years under the Obama administration and a foreign national. Kevin McCarthy, the House Speaker, spoke out a bit this yesterday. We have a responsibility of oversight. If they do not comply and allow every person on oversight, Republican or Democrat, that's their responsibility to the members of Congress to see this document, I will move contempt charges against the director. So apparently, here we are, rolling into Monday. The FBI supposedly is going to brief the chairman, James Comer, today, and he will be allowed to review it. But McCarthy said that only happened after he, as Speaker, threatened Wray with contempt. When he realized there was a document, we sent a subpoena. He did not want to comply with this subpoena. I called the director and told him I needed this subpoena, that we have a responsibility to oversee the FBI, a constitutional responsibility. He then changed his mind and said he would let the chairman and the rankers see the document and bring it to the House. That's not good enough. Meanwhile, the FBI they want a new headquarters, about $4 billion to start with. He says, I don't think that's the best way to use our money. Do we need one big, large FBI building? Does it need to be back in Virginia, or should it be in Maryland, or should it be in Texas? If you're doing cybersecurity or other things, the president himself is fighting a bill that I passed to bring federal workers back to work, as 50% of federal workers are not coming in. They need to come in and do their job. But if that's the argument, wouldn't it be better that we had smaller offices around the country where agents could help local law enforcement solve things like human trafficking, cybersecurity issues? But so the saga continues, but I guess it sounds like Comer is indeed going to get to see said document at some point in time today. All right, Eagle, yes, sir.
Okay, I see where they got a lot of calls about the motorcycle that I mentioned earlier. Yes, some people said it was okay, and some people agree with me that that's a dangerous maneuver, riding motorcycles down the zip road of the road. But I heard one guy say that it helps with the traffic. There's not that. Well, Steve, I don't know up in Ohio where you are. I don't drive in Ohio too much nowadays, but motorcycles are really not out on the road like they used to be. People realize how dangerous they are. I don't really encounter that many motorcycles on a daily basis. Occasionally you might come up on one of these biker gangs. Those guys, they do some dangerous driving too. They ride right beside each other, too. I don't know what they call that maneuver where you get a guy, riding right beside another guy, and they going down in a big pack of people, and, they taking up the whole lane. So, those guys there, they lucky they don't get run over. So, driving a motorcycle now, Steve, is very dangerous in America. It doesn't matter what city and town you're in right now. That's even worse than a car. So, at least the car, you got some kind of protection. You fall down on a motorcycle or whatever on the thick concrete, bad things can happen. Truck come along or a car come along. So that's the reason why I don't have a motorcycle no more. I gave up my motorcycle about 7-8 years ago, so I could care less about a motorcycle. At this point, I'd rather just go ahead and drive trucks and car or whatever and do my thing. Now, here's something else, Steve, that I wanted to discuss with you tonight, and that's the situation in Chicago. Once again, I think they came up with the final numbers for the Memorial Day holiday, which was last week. It was over 50. You had already discussed over 50 people shot. And I don't know how many of these individuals passed away, died, or whatever. So it's clear that the city is out of control, and it's been out of control. And this new man that took the job from Lightfoot, Beetle, better known as Beetlejuice, he doesn't seem to have the answer either, Steve. These people in Chicago continue to vote for Democrats. You've discussed it on your show so many times. One of these days, these people will realize and wake up that the Democrat is not your friend, not the man you need to be voting for. You can go to any Democrat-run city around America, whether it be Los Angeles, California, San Francisco, Baltimore, Maryland, Detroit, Michigan. You go to these places, Steve, these areas will scare you if you go to these places, see how much poverty and people are hurting. And they so-called had the American dream, but they continue to vote for these individuals. So your American dream, as long as they keep voting for these people, Steve, your American dream will turn into an American nightmare, better known as Joe Biden. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right, very good. All right, thank you much, Eagle, as we roll into a Monday news break just around the corner here. Hey, clear lines for the first time here as we get the new week started at 844-844-3388. Did you catch the scenario of a partial building collapse in Iowa about a week ago? Davenport, Iowa. And the body of one of 3 men who had been missing after that partial collapse was found, according to officials this past day. There have been 3 individuals missing since the collapse. But Scott County, where Davenport is, they actually released some audio from a 911 call over the weekend. Yeah, we'll delve a bit more into that story coming up after the news break.
USA News Update. Reports say there was never any danger to the Capitol after fighter jets scrambled when a Cessna violated U.S. airspace in Washington. An FAA release says the small plane was headed to New York on Sunday afternoon after taking off from a northeastern Tennessee municipal airport, but crashed into a mountainous area of southwest Virginia. The federal grand jury investigating former President Trump's handling of classified documents is expected to meet this week. According to NBC News, activity has slowed in recent weeks following months of prosecutors working for special counsel Jack Smith, presenting evidence and witness testimony. An investigation is underway after more than a dozen migrants from South America were taken to a California church by private plane. Governor Gavin Newsom is working with the Department of Justice to find out who paid for their travel expenses and if any crimes were committed. Jerry Barmash, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, back at it here. Once again, lines available at 844-844-3388. Yeah, Davenport, Iowa. Scott County released the audio from a 911 call from a worker who was actually on the site of this building just 24 hours prior to the partial collapse of the building. The worker who called in said, in part, he was cleaning up in the back parking lot. And he said the wall was vaulting out. He went on to say, someone's there working on it, and told me to get out of the way because it's not looking good. So with that call having been made, I guess some are now questioning, did authorities go out there and actually inspect, or did anybody follow up? 3 people who were believed to be in that building at the time of the partial collapse had not been found until, well, one of them was indeed found over the weekend. City leaders are now calling this the recovery phase as the crews dig through what remains of the building. But again, the body of one of the 3 who have been missing since that collapse found over the weekend. Brandon Colvin Sr. Recovered on Saturday, according to a city spokeswoman. 2 other men, a 51-year-old Ryan Hitchcock and 60-year-old Daniel Preen, still unaccounted for. Let's see. The Quad City Times reported Colvin's son actually graduated high school over the weekend. He and other family members had been at the collapse site almost constantly since it occurred, hoping for some sort of a miracle. The discovery of Colvin's body, a day after authorities announced the search for survivors is done. Attention now turns to shoring up the structure so recovery efforts could begin. Now, this was a 6-story apartment building, pretty big building. Yeah, the remains of that building, they say, have constantly been in motion since the building collapsed on May the 28th, which actually posed a risk for rescuers trying to reach for survivors. City officials had said earlier that the 3 missing had high probability of being home at the time the buildings collapsed. Authorities said searching the building was extremely dangerous, constantly shifting the risk of further collapse. An Iowa task force completed a search for survivors late last week, so they're now focused on just trying to shore up what's left of the building. I'm not sure how many apartments were included there, but yeah, what a mess. All right, came across late last week at some point in time. I'm going to see if I can pull up some of the audio. Not a big fan of Megyn Kelly. Going back, of course, way back to the presidential debate when she, of course, was she not with Fox News? And the way she treated Trump during that debate all those years ago, she angered a lot of folks. She subsequently moved on. I guess she's got her TV thing. She does a podcast. And she's been talking a lot about, the fact that Bongino left Fox News and things of that nature, what's going on with Tucker Carlson, actually trying to give him advice. But with the month of June getting underway and Pride Month, Megyn said, for years, how did she put it? I tried to be, I don't think she used the word politically correct, but I used approved terms like gender-affirming care for medicinal gender manipulations. I used the correct pronouns that people, for the guy that wanted to be a girl, and she would call him her, to be politically correct. I guess she's pretty much come out now and said, you know what, I'm done. I am no longer going to use these so-called preferred pronouns because it's a lie. And she's finally, kind of waking up to the ordeal.
She says giving birth made her very dysphoric. That will happen when you're calling yourself a man by giving birth to a baby, to the point where she demanded a C-section. I, for one, will not be celebrating this dishonesty. In fact, I'm in a very different place when it comes to this entire issue. And that is the subject of today's opening. Why I'm done with preferred pronouns. I was an early proponent of using preferred pronouns as far back as the early 2000s, of saying she when I knew the truth was he. It seemed harmless and I had no wish to cause offense. Trans people were tortured enough, it seemed to me, by nature of their dysphoria and society's disdain for them in general. So I complied. I went along with it. I didn't see the harm. By 2016, we were debating bills to stop trans access to certain bathrooms, which I covered from the news desk, siding with the trans community. How does it affect our lives as women if here or there a trans person uses a stall in our bathroom? These people aren't bothering anyone. Why wouldn't we accommodate them? I didn't see the harm. In 2018, while at NBC, I hosted shows on trans people, one of which had a segment on trans kids. I led the audience in cheering for them, encouraging them to own who they are. I used approved terms like gender-affirming care for medicinal gender manipulations, cis to refer to natural-born women and men, assigned male at birth instead of born male. I smiled and listened politely as a guest told me, gender is just a social construct. I wanted to be supportive of those who were suffering. I would use this more evolved language. I didn't see the harm. By the time we began the Megyn Kelly Show podcast in September 2020, the warning signs were everywhere. Abigail Shrier had written her beautiful and immensely important book, Irreversible Damage, documenting the social contagion sweeping teenage and adolescent girls, a group that traditionally had very few members claiming gender dysphoria, but was quickly on its way to having more than any other. Teenage girls in Connecticut were losing on the track to males. Runners who had raced as boys the year before then simply declared themselves female and dominated their new competitors. I had the female runners on the show, along with a trans medical physicist who was also a former athlete, to explain the advantages to trans athletes, especially post-puberty. When I slipped and said the trans girls were biological males, this person told me that was offensive. I explained that it was an attempt at clarity, but began to rethink the language policing. Why did I have to deny reality in order to be polite? What I said was true and not offered to offend, but I wanted to be respectful. Was there any harm? The Connecticut girls sued and went on to lose their case. It's now on appeal. And girl after girl across this country soon faced the same problem. Competing against boys who claimed they were trans was dejecting and often near impossible. They were too strong, too big, too fast, too agile. From wingspan to femur length to lung capacity, heart size, and musculature, they had serious advantages, even with testosterone adjustment, which few competitions required in the first place. American schools, including our own in New York City, began pushing the idea on children that gender is as malleable as a dinner menu order. Our son and his third grade classmates were regularly asked if they were sure they were still boys. Later, this and other schools moved away from the terms boys and girls altogether. Now parents pick up their students at day's end, not their sons or daughters. Kids telling teachers they were uncomfortable in their bodies were immediately affirmed as trans, despite the fact that upwards of 90% of kids will grow out of these feelings if only they are allowed to do so. Schools work to facilitate children's transition in the classroom, complete with name and wardrobe changes, while implementing policies to keep it secret from the parents. The children had to be protected from those who loved them most. We pulled our children out, fleeing the woke ideology on gender and race that seemed closer to abuse than academics. We moved to Connecticut in 2021, and that was the year the floodgates really opened. Hardly a day went by over the next 2 years without another story in the news of the trans madness sweeping the nation. Female inmates being raped by male sex offenders who had conveniently declared themselves trans right before heading to prison. Female cyclists losing titles to grown men who declared themselves trans and absconded with the prize money. Professional psychiatric associations adopting gender-confirming care as the only acceptable option for children suffering any hint of gender confusion. A boy in a dress sexually assaulting a girl in a Virginia school bathroom while administrators covered it up. A teenage volleyball player severely injured by a trans player who spiked the ball so hard the girl suffered permanent damage. Hospitals bragging about how much cash they were making on cross-gender procedures, including on teenagers. Pictures online of young women's gutted forearms, where flesh was harvested to build a grotesque, phony phallus that no one would ever mistake for an actual male sex organ. High schoolers celebrating top surgery, in which their breasts were amputated before their 16th birthday, forever eliminating their ability to breastfeed. Kids pumped full of puberty blockers and then cross-sex hormones rendered sterile and incapable of ever reaching sexual climax, all while their parents and doctors maintained this was all by informed consent. One by one, we met the detransitioners, those brave enough to admit their gender changes had been a mistake. Kids who were just unhappy, anxious, or perhaps on the autism spectrum had been rushed to transition by a system that seemed more about a political agenda than about addressing the patient's mental health. These voices were promptly ignored or shamed by the very same community that had love-bombed them to begin with, earlier touting surgery, hormones, and the trans lifestyle as a kind of panacea. And then came Leah Thomas.
In case you don't know the drill, my name...
So the question is, how did we get to this point? I had questioned that several weeks ago. And it comes down to, someone had called in and said, Steve, you don't realize that some of these big companies do some research into the likes of BlackRock and Vanguard. We talked about that briefly, one of our programs. Then over the weekend, I come across, during an appearance on the Jesse Waters program, they pointed out that what's going on with these big corporations in America, your Anheuser-Busch, your Target right now, both reeling from protests. It oftentimes begins with these big investment firms pressuring them to push products their way. So said one of the ex-top Anheuser-Busch executives. She says, behind the scenes, firms like New York-based BlackRock and Pennsylvania-based Vanguard actually spur many of these controversial decisions that are sparking these boycotts from longtime, more conservative consumers in this country. BlackRock, Vanguard, and there's another firm known as State Street that manage about $20 trillion, with a T, $20 trillion in capital. And they use their clout to promote these agenda politics being pushed on them from progressive lawmakers that oversee government pension funds that these companies profit from. One of the firms manages California's pension fund, the largest in the country. And California politicians could have a big say in the corporate governance and the politicking of the firms they invest so heavily in. In California, for example, they recently mandated that those big pension funds that they divest from things like fossil fuels and oil and gas. And when then Bill de Blasio, the former mayor of New York, was there, he did the same thing. But they also tell BlackRock, State Street, and Vanguard, if they're going to manage our money, you have to commit to things like ESG, diversity, equity, inclusion, and adopt firm-wide commitments that they therefore force onto all the major companies in corporate America. I said he left his job at Anheuser-Busch in part because of the way much of corporate America was acting in terms of defying public sentiment when engaging in politics. He pointed to Atlanta, home of Coca-Cola and Delta Airlines. After Georgia's legislature there passed election integrity laws. So apparently there's a lot more truth than fiction to this idea that these big multi-trillion-dollar investment firms are trying to force this agenda on every one of us, the everyday working American people. All right, we'll return in 2.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seat shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
I don't know. Craig chimed in. He said, Steve, Megyn Kelly, who cares? She's woke. All she wants is attention. I don't know. She had more to say. She went on into the whole, the Leah Thomas. And ultimately, she's pretty much saying, admitting, and all. I guess she's apologizing, essentially, for being woke on this subject, as she described early in her comments there. She will no longer be a part of perpetuating the lie. And I'm not going to use preferred pronouns. She admitted that she had been complicit in actually, I guess, helping to cause this country and the mentality of the woke culture to get where it is. Somehow she saw the light, I guess. She did go on to explain several people that played a big role in that. But all righty, 844-844-3388. I did have to do a phone reset there. I have several folks calling in, and I see they're disconnecting. So I presume that it was on our end. Hopefully they're back up and running. There you go. I did that reset right there during the break. All right. How deep into the earth have we ever dug? China broke ground last week on a planned 10,000 meter, that would be equivalent to 32,808-foot hole into the Earth's crust. Yeah, that country's deepest ever borehole, according to Bloomberg. This shaft will penetrate over 10 continental strata or layers of rock and will reach the crustaceous systems in the Earth's crust, which dates back some, quote, 145 million years. The project will provide data on Earth's internal structure, as well as prove up underground drilling technologies, according to China's National Petroleum Corporation, who's in charge. This will take over a year to drill this hole. This will be used to identify mineral resources, help assess environmental risks like earthquakes and volcanic eruptions. But the difficulty of drilling this deep, they say, can be compared to a big truck driving on two thin steel cables. In other words, almost impossible. Yeah, the current record, they do say, for a hole bored into the earth is in Russia. The Kola Super Deep borehole, which has a reported depth of 40,230 feet, which was completed like back in 1989. It took them 20 years of drilling to get that deep. I mean, that's incredible stuff. They do say the Earth's crust averages about 19 miles thick around most of the planet. All right, so indeed, we will get back to the calls coming up here following news break, which is just about a minute away. Just enough time to remind you that for over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing generators, lawn equipment, collector cars, and anything that's going to be sitting around with gas in it for an extended period of time. Sta-Bil storage will keep that gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion issues in your fuel system at the very same time. When storing your engine, make sure you do it the right way. Sta-Bil storage. And just for being a listener to this program, hey, we can save you on your next order of Sta-Bil products and more. Just go to goldeagle.com. Yeah, place your order, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout, and boom, just like that, 15% off your entire order for being a listener of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
At Hot Shot Secret, we listen to our customers. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm Nathan from Ellisville, Mississippi, and I drive a 2017 Ford F-350 Power Stroke. I've been using Hot Shot Secret EDT every tank for almost 3 years, and I've seen about 1.5 to 2 miles per gallon increase in fuel mileage.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook. Hey there, listening friends. I want to remind you, don't forget you can get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by simply using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
USA News. I'm Jerry Barmash. A sonic boom was heard over the U.S. Capitol in Washington on Sunday as officials scrambled fighter jets when a small aircraft violated U.S. airspace. Bowie, Maryland authorities say the sonic boom was from a plane out of Joint Base Andrews. Republican Congressman Garrett Graves of Louisiana praises House Speaker Kevin McCarthy's role in securing the debt ceiling.
It is not a mainstream position. I'll tell you right now, Speaker McCarthy's position
is absolutely safe.
While Graves told CBS's Face the Nation he agreed with President Biden that the debt ceiling negotiations were done in good faith, he noted there was a lot of candor and some tense moments. In what's being called a targeted attack, a man who was getting a haircut at a mall in San Antonio was shot to death by two men who entered the barber shop and shot him in the head. Shoppers at the North Star Mall scrambled for safety after the shooting, but police say the gunman fled the scene and no one else was hurt. Colorado takes more action on gun control.
Governor Jared Polis has signed a bill that bans the manufacture and sale of unregistered, privately made guns.
This signing is really a celebration of our ability to come together around common sense legislation.
The law also establishes a process for anyone currently with ghost guns to get them registered by 2024, and they'll have to complete a background check. This was the fifth gun control bill passed by the Colorado General Assembly during the legislative session. I'm Jeremy Scott.
Southwest Airlines has reached an agreement in principle with its flight attendants union. Word of the deal comes nearly a year after the flight attendants union filed for federal mediation last July. The union represents close to 19,000 flight attendants. Flying of a different kind, SpaceX launched a new fleet of Starlink satellites into orbit early Sunday. A Falcon 9 rocket carrying nearly 24 V2 mini satellites lifted off from the Florida coast. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
A veteran political host is stepping down.
A big change coming to the Sunday morning talk show circuit. NBC's Chuck Todd says he'll be leaving the host chair after 9 years. NBC's Kristen Welker will replace him. Chuck Todd says he's leaving to focus on his family and long-term projects. Todd saying during his Sunday broadcast, "I am really proud of what this team and I have built over the last decade." I'm Laura Winters.
NORAD has issued a statement after that unresponsive Cessna violated U.S. airspace in Washington on Sunday. NORAD aircrafts were authorized to use supersonic speeds, which was the reason for the sonic boom that was heard by residents in the region. The statement also says that flares were used in an attempt to gain attention of the Cessna pilot, who was deemed unresponsive. The Directors Guild of America says it reached a tentative agreement with the Alliance of Motion Picture and Television Producers on a 3-year contract. The deal comes following a month of negotiations. The agreement reportedly includes a 12.5% salary hike over 3 years and an increase in residuals for streaming content. The projections keep getting better for Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse, with more than $120 million in its debut weekend across U.S. and Canada theaters. Only the Super Mario Bros. Movie had a better opening weekend in 2023. The Little Mermaid came in second place, notching another $41 million. I'm Jerry Barmash, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code
At
USA.
Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. Treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, with the passing of Memorial Day weekend passed, and the kickoff of summer driving season. The kids are out of school now. Now, would it surprise you if OPEC says, hey, we're going to cut more oil production? Just when our demand begins to really ramp up. That was the announcement this past day. And as I look at the crude futures this morning, at this hour, both West Texas and Brent crude are up about 2% before the markets open. OPEC and allies meeting Sunday to agree further cuts in production, according to Reuters. Yeah, as prices have been coming down. Yeah, they want that $100 per barrel oil, especially the likes of Saudi Arabia. 90% of that country's income is all from oil. OPEC's most influential members and the biggest producers, Saudi Arabia, were trying to persuade some other African nations like Nigeria and Angola to have more realistic output targets. They say discussions with those nations were difficult. The United Arab Emirates was seeking a higher baseline to reflect their growing production capacity. Sources familiar with the OPEC discussions told Reuters additional production cuts are being discussed. That was during Sunday's session. 3 of the 4 sources said cuts could be about 1 million barrels per day on top of existing cuts of 2 million barrels per day and voluntary cuts of 1.6 million barrels per day. That was the surprise announcement back in April that took effect in May. Now, the April announcement did help drive prices about $9 per barrel higher. It was back above 87. But then, of course, prices started coming back, and much of that had to do with concerns about recession in the United States, China. If the recession doesn't appear like it's going to happen, some say we're already in it. It depends on what numbers you look at. But, yeah, we'll see what impact that has. I don't foresee prices going back to the levels of 2022, back to the $5 per gallon for your diesel fuel. I mean, just last week, we actually saw the national average for the first time in a long time come down below the $4 per barrel mark. It was $3.95 with the announcement last week. We'll see where things go. What's happening, Pappy?
What's going on, Steve? What's the word, my man?
The best day of the week, says Captain Ron.
Well, it is for me because I'm off for the next 2 days.
Okay, so you're hitting the weekend.
It's my Sunday, I guess you can say. No, be my Friday. Man, when you work these hours, Steve, you get all discombobulated like
right.
that. Listen, man, Steve, I mentioned this, I know, a couple times before, but I think this might be a good time to bring it up again. If it's getting old, just shut me up and cut me off and go on to the next caller, man. 1949, China went communist, right? Mao Zedong took over. And they went total communist, Steve. And what did they have to do to take over the country? The Chinese people were very, very family oriented, right?
Mm-hmm.
They had to break up the family. And they had this massive takeover of the school system. I mean, you look what's going on in North Korea. You seen any of them videos out where these kids are in the school system in North Korea? The things they are taught that their ruler, Kim Jong-un, is God.
Mm-hmm.
We use three phrases, right? God, family, and country. And then three orders. In this communist, socialist, Marxist type view, there is no God, there is no family, it's country. Everything that is done is for the good of the country, of the government. That's how Nazi ruled Germany in their takeover, just prior to World War II and during World War II. Everything was done for the good of I forget what exactly Germany, for the socialist or whatever. I've seen interviews, Steve, or films, right? Interviews with these nurses and doctors. When the Nazis took over Germany, any child that was born with autism, Down syndrome, the government went in and took these kids out of the family, removed them from the parents, and put them in these hospitals. And most of them were extinguished.
Mm-hmm.
And I've seen some old video where they were interviewing these nurses and doctors and asking them, the hell are you thinking, man? How the hell are you killing these kids? And the nurses, every single one of them said, we were brainwashed and under the belief that it was for the good of the country. They wanted the bloodline to be so pure. They couldn't have any right defections in their bloodline. They wanted to be pure. And for the good of the country, they were killing these children. So that's what's going on here, Steve. And I said this before. They have to destroy the family. They have to, and the way to do it is to start by doing it in the school system. Is brainwashing these kids that the government will take care of you, not your parents. They don't understand you. How many interviews, how many times have we seen teachers and politicians making the comments that these kids belong to us when they're in school? We decide what they learn, not the parents. You had Hillary Clinton making a comment that the kids belong to all of society. We're responsible for all these kids. 2/3 of that new bill that just got passed is going to social welfare, food stamps.
Mm-hmm.
you know, instead of trying to get people out to work and get them off these systems, they just want to keep dumping more and more and more. I mean, Steve, we're seeing it where we can't, every store I go in, people can't find anybody to work. Why not? Because they learned real well in COVID that the government's going to pay you to sit on your ass. You know, and this whole thing we're seeing, the way these schools are being not informing parents, right?
Mm-hmm.
That you know, their kid might be going under some therapy. I mean, what the hell? I was thrown for a loop a couple of years ago, Steve, when I took Mercedes to the doctor and was talking about getting her on birth control, right? And they were like, well, this is a conversation we'll have with Mercedes. You need to leave the room unless she gives us permission to talk with you to be in the room. I'm like, whoa, wait a minute. What are you talking about? This right here in Harrison, Ohio, Steve.
Mm-hmm.
These doctors, a 15-year-old girl can walk into the doctor's office and say, I want to be put on birth control. And they will do it without contacting the parents, right? And so she was getting a depot shot. And she was putting on some vitamins. This is before the crash. And they gave her some vitamins too. Anyways, we go to Walgreens to pick up the vitamins. There was another box there. I didn't think too much about it until I got home. And there's a box. It's got Mercedes' name on it. Steve, I opened the bag, and there's a box. It's got her name on it. It's a box of condoms. They didn't tell me that they were, right?
Right.
Ordering a prescription of condoms for my daughter. The medical community is behind a lot of this too. When we start talking about the World Health Organization and the CDC, all this to where parents don't have to be advised. Take down of the family, especially the Christians. There's this big attack on Christians now. Steve, did you hear this? CBS was talking about, Steve, what happens when you cut our oil, right? And we don't have the capacity to power these power plants, and you're relying on solar and wind. So what happens when the wind ain't blowing and the sun goes down at night, Steve, and you no longer have the oil capacity to keep these power plants going? So what happens when there's not enough juice? The power goes out. They've been warning about blackouts.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, they beg you to stop. Well, stop. Don't run your dishwasher. Don't do any laundry. Don't do this. Turn your thermostat up or down, whatever the case, time of year it is. All these things to conserve.
CBS had a special. They said, be prepared for blackouts this summer.
Mm-hmm.
Not because of us not producing any more oil, but because there's credible threats that the far right terrorists, extremists, are plotting to damage power supplies. You know, we've talked about this too. We talked about who's coming across the borders. We talked about the dangers of our power grid being under attack. And it's happened already. But the point I'm making is CBS was flat out blaming, trying to say it's the right wing that is responsible for this. In other words, even if it does happen, they're going to blame it on some terrorist attack when it's really not. It's just because you don't have the power now because you all keep cutting the damn oil to produce the power. Like a smoke and mirror thing here. You know, when people start saying, hey, man, I'm tired of the power being cut off. Well, I'm tired, you know, them daggone right-wingers keep sabotaging in the power plants when that may be really not the case. So I don't know, Steve, man. We're in a world of hurt, brother. World of hurt. I'll send you a message here when I get off the phone. I'll send you a little email. I think I told you about it last year, what happened on the 1st of the month. Ain't too happy about it, but there ain't too much I can do about it.
Okay.
But anyway, that's all my little rant. I missed the last couple hours of your show. I had to take care of some business. So. But I heard your whole thing with Megyn Kelly there. And one thing about Megyn Kelly, no matter what you think about her, one thing about her, though, Steve, is she is a hell of a journalist. You can't take that away from her. Yeah, how that, you know, that deal that went down in the debates, you know.
Yep.
It was only Rosie O'Donnell. Well, no, it wasn't. You know, she kind of caught some slack for that. I seen an interview with her after she left. Where did she go after she left Fox? Did she go to CBS?
NBC, CBS, I can't remember which.
NBC, one of the other networks.
Yep.
But she explained why she left Fox, why she went to this other place, and why she left that place. And, you know, I mean, when she explains it, you know, you kind of feel for her. You kind of understand maybe where she's coming from. So I don't know if she should get... I mean, we're all human, Steve, and she was at a low point in her life, and she was just tired of everything, tired of Fox, tired of the media, tired of having to answer to people, tired of being told what to say, not being able to say what she... Like Dan Bongino, he does not give two... Nobody tells him what he's going to say on his show. Or in Fox, he made that clear. Nobody. All right, my man. Thanks for taking my call. I appreciate it.
All right. Well, enjoy your weekend coming up here because it's about that time, right? All right. So I think we had Wyoming's numbers last week. Road check. Arizona released results from their international road check. Of course, that took back May the 16th through the 18th. Areas of emphasis this year were anti-lock braking systems and cargo securement violations during the 3-day effort in Arizona. The Commercial Vehicle Enforcement Task Force concentrated their efforts on I-40, I-17, and ports of entry in St. George, Kingman, Sanders, and Tobacco. Total of 1,060 inspections and uncovered 2,374 violations. They found 386 ABS violations, 67 load securement violations, in total 77 drivers and 176 vehicles were placed out of service. Again, that's just in the state of Arizona. All right, I guess tip of the hat. Credit where credit is due, right? There was a social media post that kind of went viral documenting the actions of a truck driver who actually pulled over and stood at attention during a police officer's funeral procession in Kentucky last week. It was Georgetown, Kentucky, June 1, during the procession for Scott County Sheriff Deputy Caleb Conley, who died back on May the 22nd after he was shot while conducting a traffic stop along I-75, recall? Facebook user Jeremy Courtney called out an Old Dominion Freight Lines truck driver for his touching show of respect. That post shared thousands of times since then. Courtney writes, Dear Old Dominion Freight Line, I'd like to take a second to recognize a star you have on your team. I do not know his name or know him at all, but he's a fella driving truck number blah, 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 Georgetown, Kentucky, this past day. During the funeral procession of fallen Deputy Caleb Conley, where many oncoming folks were disrespectfully passing by nonchalantly, this fella stopped, got out of his truck, and maintained posture for what I assume was the entire procession. From a human standpoint, things like this actually give me hope. From a business standpoint, your company was well represented today during the service of a hero. We need more people like this in the world. Old Dominion responded to the post, simply saying, thank you for tagging us. We've passed along your kind words to our management team and the Lexington Service Center management team. We also send our sincere condolences to your community for your loss there. And several folks had shared with me firefighters early Friday morning. A major fire at a trucking company facility there in Springfield, Ohio. It was about the time we were wrapping things up, 5 a.m. Friday morning. Commercial fire at the U.S. Express facility there in Springfield. WDTN reported over the weekend there were multiple explosions in the building. Turned out to be a 4-alarm fire. Firefighters were able to get it under control in about 2 hours' time. Luckily, no one, they say, was inside the building when those explosions occurred. No injuries reported. Obviously, cause of the fire still under investigation, but I think there was quite a bit of damage that occurred there at the U.S. Express facilities, Springfield, Ohio. All right, one quick note here. Final note as we head into news break, bottom of the hour. Philip checks in here on a back-to-work Monday. Hope you had a good weekend there, Philip. Happy Monday. Coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Summers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. Great to be back after a week's vacation. Did some fishing in the Florida Keys. All right, Fort Wayne going to be a high of 82. Looks like 83 in Sterling Heights as we get this new week started. Okay. Have a safe week. Truck and fill there. Semper Fi on a Monday morning. Hey, very good. Thank you much. Glad you enjoyed your fishing trip there in Florida.
USA News Update. Reports say there was never any danger to the Capitol after fighter jets scrambled when a Cessna violated U.S. airspace in Washington. An FAA release says the small plane was headed to New York on Sunday afternoon after taking off from a northeastern Tennessee municipal airport, but crashed into a mountainous area of southwest Virginia. The federal grand jury investigating former President Trump's handling of classified documents is expected to meet this week. According to NBC News, activity has slowed in recent weeks following months of prosecutors working for special counsel Jack Smith presenting evidence and witness testimony. An investigation is underway after more than a dozen migrants from South America were taken to a California church by private plane. Governor Gavin Newsom is working with the Department of Justice to find out who paid for their travel expenses and if any crimes were committed. Jerry Barmash, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, jump back at it here, see who we got on board. Are you with me by chance?
Yeah, are you with me?
Are you with me?
I'm with you. By golly, how you doing?
Good. What's happening, Ed?
Well, get my week started.
Getting an early start to the day?
Yeah, got cleaned up. Took a shower. Worked on the truck. Relax. Watch Boob Tube. And ready to hit another week.
There you go.
All rested up. Did you see my video? I left you a message. Are you telling me you didn't listen to your phone message?
No, I did get your message. No, I forgot to pull it up. Was it on
Steve,
Facebook?
that hurt.
Oh, sorry, Ed.
Yeah, that tornado. That tornado I filmed out there in Wyoming.
Yeah.
You didn't watch it?
I'm pulling it up right
You're
now.
a weatherman. You're supposed to watch it.
I'm pulling it up as we speak. Is it? Did you put it on Facebook?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm driving along there. It's probably about 7,000 foot level. You know, the storms. I run in rain all week long last week. In fact, I'm calling your name. You know, you're the one that predicted all that.
Sorry.
So
you're rolling out there in the flat country, and so you got the tornado off in the distance. I see that.
Yeah, now if you watch it, I'm able to focus in closer where you can flat see the tail of the tornado. I didn't have nowhere to pull over, or I'd have got out and filmed it. But you know, I've got a little device I can hook to my pocket, kind of hold the camera and see what I'm doing. So it ain't like somebody starts screaming, "Oh well, he's been driving dangerous."
Distracted driving, yeah.
So anyway, I'm driving along, and I'm watching this storm, and like that's about 7,000 foot level, kind of high, plateaued out there, and they're about 60 miles north of Rock Springs, Wyoming. And I'm thinking, boy, there's some rotation in that storm. I said, that's probably going to drop a tornado. And sure enough, boy, it dropped, man. And I could actually see it real good at the base. It looked like it was sucking water back up. But, you know, the storm was dropping rain.
Mm-hmm.
And, but it was on the ground for quite a bit. Then as about 30 miles north there was another storm going over the mountain. And I pulled over, and I thought, that's going to drop a funnel, too. And it did, but I didn't wait around long enough because I sat there about 15, 20 minutes, and I was wanting to get on down the road. And so I took off, and then I kept watching the storm in my mirror, and sure enough, it dropped a funnel. But I think they call them cold weather tornadoes. But, from the looks of it, it's the biggest, powerful one that's produced out here in the flatland, if you will, when it's hot. I don't know what's the difference in the destructive power of them, but out there they wouldn't, the population at that part of the country was pretty sparse. So anyway, I thought that was pretty slick.
Well, how close did you get? Because, the first video, you were headed straight toward the storm.
All based on my estimation, I was probably, from the tornado itself, maybe 10 miles, I guess. Because, when you're out there and you're flat and you can see a distance, it looks closer than it actually is for me. So, and the storm wasn't moving actually my direction. I knew what direction that storm was moving. Now, if it had been coming my direction, yeah, hell, I'd have hit my flashers and stopped. Because I'm not going to drive in no damn tornado. I know better than that. We've seen what happened when people drive into tornadoes. And the power of that, the force of that, like I say, to me it was a cold weather because at the time my temperature on the truck was showing 52 degrees outside. So anyway, I will say I was probably a good 10 miles from it. But I was able to bring it in closer with my camera. I got this new technology style camera phone, unlike your flip phone that you use. I'm high dollar, Steve. Hello?
Mm-hmm.
Have I made you mad yet?
It's Monday. You're not allowed to get my blood pressure up, Ed.
Talk about something Pappy said. Ragdoll was talking to her, and hopefully, now she says her and Mike may come on.
Is that right?
Cruise.
Man, I hadn't seen them in years.
Oh, yeah, they're doing good. They're doing real good for themselves. She drives a bus. She's done good. Right after her and Mike, remember back, I don't know, 10 years ago or better, they had that accident, rode the truck. Both of them lucky to be alive, to be honest with you. But she's done good. Mike, he's like me. He's retired, but now he's still out there driving. So, but he hauls auto parts where he's home every weekend.
Okay.
She's been with the school system down there for almost 10 years now, so she's done great. But yeah, she acted like they might come. I told her, yeah, I know Steve would love to see you. So, did you mention the monkey gouger last time? Because I listened to the first 30 minutes, and then I had to get a good nap.
Yeah, I asked him about it. Now, he said he'd love to go, but I guess his wife, Debbie, is she's scared of the water. He said she's afraid to get out there where you can't see land, and I guess.
Well, I'm not gonna knock that. Really, I mean that's a phobia, and that okay, I can appreciate that. I know when I'm out there, and if I let my mind go, I'm sitting there on the balcony thinking, man, I'm sitting there on a hunk of steel, floating on water. And then you get thinking about the Titanic, and you think, damn, man, I hope I don't have to swim.
Right. Yeah,
Why
water.
So I try not to take my mind there.
How many 1,000 feet deep is this water? I ain't going to be able to stand up out there.
Yeah. Just recently these people keep falling overboard, and I kind of agree with some of the comments I've seen where, man, you've got to be doing something real stupid, in my opinion, to fall overboard. I mean, the railing's pretty high, don't you think?
I looked it up last night.
I mean,
it's like 45 inches high on Carnival, 45.
But usually when I'm standing there, it comes up, just right there about some part of my chest area. So you got to know somebody's been drinking and doing something stupid.
Right.
That's my opinion. I don't know how else you fall overboard. Crazy. Anyway, let's go to what Pappy said, Steve. Now, he was talking about back in the day, Germany, Nazis come in and took kids that had autism, mental disabilities, if you will. Okay. Now, we know what Germany did with some of these people as far as doing human tests on them and what have you. All right? Are we in agreement with that?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, I can remember back in the day, even when I was young and in school, all over the United States, we had institutions for family members that had diminished mental capabilities. All right? And our government provided these places. And, for lack of a better word, and I'd apologize, I don't mean to be offensive, when I was young, and I'm talking about young, they referred to them as mentally retarded people.
Correct.
All right. And I can remember when I was in school, we went on a field trip to what they called a state home, where they kept mentally challenged people, and how they was working with them and how they lived, and how our government, if you will, was helping the families by giving the families some place to deal with their mentally challenged family members. Now, then all of a sudden, and that back then I can remember people started griping, well, this is not right. This isn't, families could do a better job at taking care of these loved ones. Are you with me?
Okay.
On what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
They started griping. Family can do a better job. Put them in a family, even the professionals. Put them in a family environment. Let the families work with them, and we give the families resources to help their family members. Well, so they shut down these, not that I'm aware of. I know in Oklahoma they did. These mental institutions. And that's what we called, for lack of a better name. I don't know if you would want to call it today. So we took them out of their mental institution and put them in a family environment. But the problem there, all of a sudden the government started defunding the avenues that families could use, even though they may have had a family member, whether it was autism, deep mental issues, that they didn't have the help that they needed to provide that individual with a structured family life, if you will. Our government took that away.
Mm-hmm.
And now they're dropped in our laps. And our families can't deal with them. I mean, how many people out here got a family member that has some diminished mental capabilities? And they're told, basically, they started bringing them in, trying to bring them into the work environment to try to make them productive members of society. So they throw them out there, and they started providing them with little houses where they could live on their own. And no matter how much, they all started breaching. Okay, they got rights. They got human rights. Well, the individuals that are in that environment, they still can't function, Steve. So what do we do as a society? We have created our own problem, because there is a lot. Now, I'm just talking to one subject here, mental issues going on out in this country. Some of it, not all of it, but some of the reason you have such a massive homeless population. How many people work with people at a job and you think, man, that sucker's crazy?
Mm-hmm.
Think about it. So have we, the citizens, Pappy, and I know he deals with them all the time, being in law enforcement, have we created our own headaches, but yet we want to blame it on our government? Is it the government's fault because of all this? Or is it society's fault? Are you with me on what I'm where I'm coming from?
I think I get where you're coming from. I would tend to feel that I'd put more of the fault on the government than society itself.
Why? Why wouldn't you blame the family members that got so wore out from their mental family members? I mean, I tell you right now, I got a nephew. I wouldn't piss on that kid if he was on fire. Am I saying he's deeply crazy? No, I'm saying he's worthless as hell.
Okay.
I'm just telling you the truth. So, to me, is it my fault that he's like he is? And it's okay, I ain't going to deal with you. Let society deal with you. But at the same time, the government's taken away, because the people demand that the government gets out of our lives the avenues of getting individual help when he needs help. Now, and it's getting to where it's not going to happen. And think about it, Pappy. Some people you may have arrested that had mental disabilities, that your court system just turned them back loose. Now, you think about that. I know you witnessed that.
Oh, yeah, we talk in depth about that. It happens every day. I mean, I think it was Thursday or Friday morning. I shared the story. Remember the guy that got the homeless guy on the subway a few weeks ago that got killed by the Marine, that they're charging him with murder?
Yeah.
That guy's got an uncle that has been arrested 20 times since last June, and he keeps getting let out. He just got arrested last week again, and they let him loose with supervision, as they call it. 20 arrests in less than a year.
And so apparently that the uncle has mental disabilities too, just like the kid that the Marine tackled. Now, I'm like you. I don't think the Marine intentionally tried to kill that boy. He just felt threatening. The whole train felt threatening. He just tried to bring the guy in control And because he stepped out and did something, now he's been locked up. Yeah, I mean, it's so you say, okay, it's the government's fault. I think we all can share a little blame in it, Steve. You know, all right, let's look at the Marine. As bad as we think that he's been locked up for trying to subdue a guy, would we have been happier? Okay, the Marine didn't do nothing with the guy, and then the cops come along and arrest the for lack of a better name, crazy man, and lock him up. Would we, as a society, be happy about that?
Well, he had an arrest warrant out for him at the time he was subdued and died, and he also he'd been arrested 40 times, I believe, 47 times. I mean, since
the guy that died.
The guy that died, yes. Constantly being arrested. And they let him back. Why was he actually out on the streets, or why was he on the subway?
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Okay. Now, it's apparent that guy had some bad mental issues. So should he, in my opinion, when the government eliminated these mental institutions and threw that guy back in the family environment, the family couldn't deal with it. Plus, they lost all the avenues to be able to deal with it. And basically, our society has thrown these people to the wolves, so to speak. Expect them to get out there and function, and it's proven that he couldn't function, and that's the end result.
Yep.
But you magnify that 1,000 times. So, based on what I was hearing Pappy said, and I may be wrong, I get the feeling like you, he probably blames the government, where I don't so much blame the government as I probably blame our society and our family structure as a whole. But when you have the government chipping away at the family structure, like they do, in my opinion, then the family structure loses the muscle or the power to be able to deal with individuals in their family that might need more help than what they're receiving. But then I ain't talking about people that are addicted to drugs that do stupid things. I'm talking about mentally challenged people that you see out here in society, and we see them all the time. I ain't talking about drug addicts. I'm talking about just mentally challenged people. So anyway, I just wanted to chime in on that. What's the best way to deal with that one particular issue? So anyway, that's all my view for tonight.
All right. Well, good to hear from you, Big Ed. Are you with me?
I'm with you, and I'm planning on getting signed up on that cruise here in the next couple of weeks.
Okay. Yep.
So we're looking forward to it. All right. Thanks, Steve, man.
There you go. About 7 before the hour. All right, let's see. 5-7, I believe, had a little follow-up, kind of in defense of Megyn Kelly.
Yeah, Fox, she left Fox. People say she was fired, but she claims they offered her a ton of money. But she left Fox, and of course she had that row with Trump. But my wife actually became political, watching her on her TV show. And she finally got a little bit of what she gave out, wokeness, trying to defend, saying the blackface deal. And it says it's intent. Some people, it was just holiday events, Halloween, whatever. It's the intent they need to go for. Well, before long, she had to apologize. She was forced in this wokeness. Well, what you just played is like a month ago, or a little earlier, she was on there with a man talking about Dylan Mulvaney and why Bud, why all of a sudden it's about beer and they're actually conservatives are doing something about it. And she said, well, why about the purses and what's going on? in the sports arena, and the guy said women don't fight for social issues. She got real quiet, and then finally she says, "You're right." And ever since then, it's been one video after another covering all these women that are being hurt. Later on in that video that you put out, she says, "I know where the hurt is now." Before it's inflicting the hurt, I know where the hurt. I've seen these women. I've seen women being raped in bathrooms, violated, standing there taking a shower, a full-grown man standing there taking a shower in their shower room. Their awards, their scholarships, whatever money is being robbed from them. And ever since then, this young lady has absolutely gone to bat. So, but we see somebody that's finally got their eyes open. We don't need to tear them down. Support them.
That's what I said when before I played that, is that I had lost, I lost a lot of respect for her with the whole Trump thing, but I mean, I gotta you give credit where credit is due, and whenever she did that piece, if it was last week, I'm not sure exactly when she.
Getting into the swamp.
He's heading into the swamp. Okay, I hear that. Casual Monday. Hey, we bring you back with about a minute left. How about that?
I told myself I wasn't going to get involved like this again, and what they do. No, I was reminded a little bit ago, Steve. We've talked about this over and over and over again, out of control driving and road speeds and whatnot. State trooper sitting right in the middle, facing our lane, car passing me, didn't skip a beat. I got by, I slid over to check the road speed, showing him at 84. Yet 3 minutes prior, another little four-wheeler had passed me. So I got over, copied that one. He was showing at 88. I doubt he skipped a beat once he got up to that trooper either. So, no, it's never going to get back to the pre-COVID era of responsible driving. It seems like they're all just.
So it's like they're waiting for somebody to be. What do you got to be doing? 90, 95 for them to take action. All right. Hey, we close it out on a Monday. Thank you so much for being with us.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't dreams. Give me my